Had some trouble getting quorums of late. Well, I suppose the plural of that is Cora. Okay. I'll go straight to apologies. We've got nobody received for not being here, absence. For lateness, I've got Newman and Turner. I don't know how late they're going to be. Early departure, 3:30, Fooley and Dalton.
4 o'clock for me if you're still going. 3:30.
Well, let's try and finish at 3:30 so we don't have to apologise for these people, but I think a TAB's on 6 o'clock, but we'll go for 3:30. Is anyone prepared to move and second those? Who was that? We got 2. In favour? Aye. Contrary? Carried, okay. Now, we've now got to electronic link. This is getting a bit difficult now because to get us all into the room, we've had quite a few meetings of late where we haven't had quorums or quora, and elections are coming up, and that's not actually an excuse for not showing up, actually. And so I'm going to deal with these one by one because we've got 4 of these today, or 5, or they're growing numbers. But some of the other council committees haven't had enough people to have the meetings, and it's just not good enough. All right, Councillor Ferry, I'll move here because I feel somewhat sorry for Councillor Ferry, and she has had the misfortune to be run over, and we wish her well in her recovery as a person who's particularly worried about bike safety. So I'll move Councillor Ferry, seconded by Dalton. All those in favour, please say aye. And then we've got Councillor Williamson, who I've just seen a photo of him with surgery, and he's definitely incapacitated. And that's been moved by Councillor Stewart, and I'll second that. All those in favour, please say aye. The contrary, carried. Third one's Councillor Walker. I don't know quite what his... If he hasn't been run over by a car, I'm sure someone will provide one. But Councillor Walker, anyone prepared to? No, no one's moved him, so he's missed out.
I'll move that, Your Worship.
Who was that?
Councillor Foley.
Oh, Councillor Foley.
Yeah, just point of order too. We've never done it this way. It's really unusual.
Eh?
Point of order. This is really unusual. We've never done it this way.
I know it is, but we're heading into elections. We've had trouble with people attending, and I want to know...
The committee is not the governing body.
Well, I'm calling this separately. I want to make sure that people understand you have an obligation to be here unless you've got a good reason for it.
Right.
And there's no reason. You just can't say... This is not like coming into work three days a week.
I'll move all of them then.
I'm doing it individually. I'm running this. Seconded for Councillor.
Can we also just be mindful about the comments, because I think it's really inappropriate to make jokes about people. If we have got a reason why they're not here, then we should just be sticking to that and not talking about people getting run over.
People have been run over. Is there a seconder for Councillor Walker? All those in favour?
Aye.
Contrary? No. Okay. Councillor Fletcher, who's
I'll move that.
in another country, isn't he?
I'll move that.
Who is that?
Councillor Foley. I'll move all of them. That's fine.
Seconded by... Oh, I'm going to do the secondary. Oh, Greg. In favour?
Aye.
Thank you. I hope it gets through. Who else do we have?
Councillor Foley.
Councillor Foley and Councillor Dalton are quite happy. I'll move that they can carry on after they've gone at 3:30. Councillor Philippina, Councillor Philippina is unwell. I'll move that. Seconded Hills. In favour? Aye.
Aye.
Contrary? Righto, we got through that, but I'm just going to make the whole point of that was to make the point. You're supposed to be here unless there's a good reason. Okay, we'll wait for them to join in, but a couple of reminders. The meeting's being live webcast. Please be present in the meeting. Turn off your phone or listen silent. Moving the agenda around a little today because we're going to hear from the Chief Executive and CFO in the quarterly report, performance reporting. After that, I'm going to bring item 12 up, allow one of the museum board members who knows about finance to talk to us. So at the request of the museum's finance person, I'm allowing it to happen a little bit earlier. Okay, get on with it. Any declarations? No. Confirmation of minutes? Moved by Baker and Dalton. Thank you. In favour? Contrary? Carried. Public input, we had one application from Te Whanua Waiparera Trust, but it's very much a local board matter, so it's been declined and they've been referred to the Henderson Massey Local Board, which is the appropriate place for them to present that. I've got nothing on the local board and no extraordinary items at this stage. Status update on action decisions. I'll move this and seconded by Councillor Sayers. In favour? Contrary? Carried. Now, up to the working part of it, item 8, and I'm going to welcome Phil and Ross. It's a hard time out there in the real world. I heard figures yesterday about the number of people behind on their mortgages, which is frightening, and 180,000 behind on their credit cards. It's by more than 90 days, and there's 460,000 credit card delays across the district. It's tough times out there. So Phil and Ross. Where's Ross? Oh, here he is.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll kick off as usual and hand to Ross in a moment. Just a reminder that sort of attempted to change the format of these to make them a little bit more time efficient, understanding that if questions are thrown up, I'm very happy and will stay behind after the meeting if councillors want to have a chat about it, any aspects, not to dissuade you from asking questions, of course, just to get through this in a timely fashion. I also acknowledge, and you will see from the agenda, you've got a quarterly performance report which we'll come to in due course, so there's inevitably a little bit of overlap there given one summarises progress for the 12 months or for the end of the quarter, but coincidentally the end of the financial year coming shortly. And right, so the first point is just to acknowledge that we've finished at 30 June the financial year in good shape, as was forecast and as we've talked about in previous meetings, favourable in terms of revenue, favourable in terms of expenditure, a good CapEx investment story there in terms of the projects completed and the expended, and savings were achieved. Noting that there will be a more fulsome report on the savings aspect to the Revenue and Expenditure Committee shortly with final details there, but we met, in fact exceeded the target detail to follow. I acknowledge and do so possibly before the Mayor mentions it, that one target in this area that wasn't met was the property sales target. That had been foreshadowed with you earlier, and it's really down to sort of market conditions, really, is the explanation I have for you, but we can dig into that. I know it's of concern to your worship. A few other headlines. In terms of service volumes, the number of people accessing our facilities, generally speaking, they are between 6 and 10% up on the 12 months previously. So quite a significant increase in usage of our facilities. Pools and leisure and libraries significantly, but also parks more generally. In that region of 6, 8, 10% increase. Satisfaction across our customer metrics is the same or better, and in virtually all situations is better than target, but in just about every situation the same or improved. The one thing I wanted to draw your attention to, and I normally do this because I think it's a good proxy for you to see what the level of development investment in the region is looking like. For the 12 months to the end of June, resource consents were 12% up on the previous year. So reasonably significant growth there, not pretending that things aren't subdued in that market, but a quite significant bump up from the 12 months previous. That translates to 16,300 odd resource consents processed through the organisation for the 12 months to the end of June. In other news, as you're aware, we went live on the 1st of July with the changes that had been planned in the CCO area. So those functions are now inside the organisation that were previously with Eke Panuku, the economic development activity from within Tātaki Auckland Unlimited, and a reallocation, if you like, of things in the events space. Probably what I would highlight is that takes care, if you like, of the structural change aspect of this. What we are working on now is how we take the Auckland Urban Development Office in particular and refocus it to some degree, recognising that we need to continue to honour and meet the commitments around the regeneration projects. That's of there's quite significant interest, obviously, to councillors in particular areas and for the local boards that we keep faith with that program of work, so that continues. But there is other functionality for the Auckland Urban Development Office in terms of coordinating infrastructure investment in areas, working with developers and government, unlocking potential in greenfields areas and what have you. So this is where the attention from a change perspective is heading in that space. We had a very good workshop with key senior people across the council group on Friday last week to that end. Also, changes in the water services area were live. This has been a long piece of work, obviously, but I just acknowledge and thank all of the staff and Watercare themselves for everything that's gone into getting things to that point of them being financially independent, etc., from 1 July in place. Just in the final update in the CCO space is that we continue to expect the delivery of the transport reform bill, the legislative changes, in August. I think around mid-August, but that's not directly in our control, obviously, but I'm assured that August is still the time frame for that to land. Couple of other things to report on the Recovery Office. Their work is on track with buyouts. There are 914 offers now accepted, and 832 of the buyout transactions are now complete. One thing I would highlight is that as we get further and further through that program, there is a number where we are still sorting out a level of disagreement with owners over valuations and other aspects of the scheme. Quite understandably, the more difficult of those sometimes get left till later because that's the nature of sort of navigating those difficult situations. We also have a number of situations which we are managing, and in a sense you don't need to worry about, but they do have the potential for media attention and such like, where we've had properties damaged after the 2023 events, or where people had not opted into the scheme who are taking issue with the fact that they're excluded. So we're working with those people, but it's fair to say that in some, I'm not talking about huge numbers, but there's a level of sort of disappointment from some of those homeowners about their exclusion from the scheme, but we're working that through. We're actively still rolling out the Better Value Principles program, bringing sort of a value for money lens to the whole of the capital program and beyond into some operational decision making. There's a program of work sitting behind that that's rolling out in the organisation right now. There is an item on your agenda today updating you on the regional deal with central government, so I won't repeat that there. Suffice to say that we're about to go into the negotiation stage of that process, and what the report today asks for is the appropriate mandate to get into those discussions, understanding that in due course that of course comes back to you to both direct and to approve at the end of the process. The only other thing I was going to mention or draw your attention to was the fact of the pre-election report having been released, I think, help me here, Ross, 10 days ago-ish. So in line with the statutory requirement, and we've not just released the report but done a bit of media and communication effort to make sure that that's known to people contemplating standing for office and for the wider electorate in terms of being informed about the issues facing the council in the future. I will stop there, Your Worship, and ask Ross to talk to the financial aspects.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. So the financials are discussed briefly in this paper, and then there's the next report. The next item on the agenda, the quarterly performance report, goes into the finances in a bit more depth. We are doing things a little differently this year. So normally at this part of the process, all of the financial results have to be kept in confidential because as we work through our annual report. So normally the monthly reports and quarterly reports will be all confidential, and the quarterly reports come through a bit later. We're changing that process to do things a bit earlier, and we've made an assessment around, is there anything in here that is significantly different, any sort of surprises that hasn't been flagged during the year and the previous monthly and quarterly results, and our view on that is no, there isn't, and so we've made an NZX disclosure to tell the market that we'll be talking about the quarterly performance, monthly performance in public. We'll be providing these as normal updates, but that said, all of these numbers are preliminary. They've got to go through the audit process, so the audit process will play out as per normal, but in the meantime we can talk about all these results in public for transparency purposes, because there's nothing sort of terribly surprising in here. The trends have just generally continued.
Well done.
So, as Phil's mentioned, the savings target's been exceeded for the year. Other things that have happened recently, the water care financial separation has gone live successfully on 1 July. So that now means that water care are on their own. They have to raise their own capital. We've got a treasury, we're providing a treasury function support for them, but they're in the driving seat. We execute on their behalf. They're the ones raising debt in their own name, making their own calls on all of their financial and cash management. Water Care has completed the largest ever corporate financing, backed by an AA3 credit rating from Moody's, just one notch below the council. So it's a very strong credit result for Water Care that reflects the sort of strong financial management across the group, and that's enabled that to get off the ground and meet that 1 July timeframe. So it was quite an ambitious timeline to get that up and running, and that's been achieved now, and we're up and running. Another thing in the financing space is the council has issued a new sustainably linked bond. So it's a bond that's raising money as per normal bonds, but it's got some linkage to some sustainability target, and that is the native Ngāhere or forest restoration program. So there are metrics attached to that bond around planting trees. Normally with these things, if we don't hit the target, we have to pay a little bit more interest. This is a little different. So if we don't achieve that target of planting a certain number of trees, we have to make donations and then more trees get planted. So that means that investors who buy these bonds can be confident that a certain outcome will be achieved regardless. So it's quite an innovative new approach in terms of issuing bonds with a strong focus on sustainability. I've mentioned the work on the annual report. In terms of the numbers, a bit more detail in the quarterly. CapEx delivery is strong, so the preliminary results for the year, 94% delivery across the group, so just over $3.9 billion delivered for the year. Some highlights for the month of June. Auckland Transport has tested the first fully electric ferry on the water. The Great Barrier Tropina Wharf renewal project has been completed. There's flood recovery works underway in Murray's Bay for Healthy Waters, and for council, the Tipping Point Community Recycling Centre has opened attached to the Waitakere transfer station. So just a few key highlights there. In terms of the revenue and expenditure, as Phil said, they're all pretty favourable. They continued the trends through the year. We've seen revenue, the direct revenue, so the controllable revenue, excluding rates, etc., 2% favourable to budget. So 64 million favourable across the group, largely regulatory revenue, but a waste revenue, port revenue stronger than expected, and water care's growth charges, all of it stronger. So 2% favourable underlying revenue. On the cost side, 1% favourable, or 50 million favourable for the year to date. So some of that is public transport contracted costs a bit lower, less spend on the Waikato District Council water contracts, and just general sort of cost containment as well. So overall, across, in the net direct, so revenue and expenditure, an overall 114 million favourable to budget when we look at those direct lines. We will have that full picture. The GAP compliant results will come through in the annual report, and that'll come to the governing body in September for adoption, which will include all the accounting adjustments, provisions, rates, the full picture of it. So we've seen a debt number for the year, preliminary number is about 14.1 billion, so very close to the budget of 14 billion. We've seen CapEx, because it's only 94% delivery against budget, it's about 270 million under, and that's been broadly offset by about 270 million less capital revenue. That includes the lower properties, lower asset sales, as Phil mentioned, also some lower development contributions, lower capital subsidies from a slightly smaller transport program, and some insurance recoveries that will be delayed and will come in in the current financial year. So we've seen lower CapEx and lower capital revenue, but debt broadly on track, very close to budget. So those are the key updates for the month. Happy to take any questions.
We've got a few here. Councillor Turner, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of questions. Just about the house removals. I just wanted to make the comment to the Chief Executive that there is a bit of problem raising in West Auckland where the properties, once the house is gone, aren't having residual rubbish, which was not part of that house, taken away, and there's I've brought it to council, but there's quite a lot of debris and stuff lying around that would float down the creeks that caused flooding last time. So if we could really look into that, it's important. Earlich Road is one in particular. And the other question I just had, maybe not for you, Ross, but with all this tree planting, and I have asked for planting programs, but I'm seeing us, particularly in regional parks, planting on the flat, usable areas which have other public attributes, and not planting on some of the steeper, hillier stuff that could genuinely do with, for other reasons, be planted up. So, you know, I'm just worried that we're going to go planting for planting's sake, which, without considering the other ramifications that that can have. Have we got something in place of how we're going through all this planting? And
So we have targets around the quantum of planting, the bit around where we're planting, flats, slopes, slopes versus flat bits. I can't comment. I'll have to follow up with the relevant Environmental Services Department or whoever's doing that and come back to you on that one.
Well, what I would say, Mr. Mayor, is that over a decade ago, I was offered to graze some land for a decade, and that every year they would plant 10% of it up. This is right out on the coast. They would plant 10% of it up, and then it would be all sorted and planted. That was a decade ago. I haven't grazed that place for a decade. There's not one tree being planted for that decade. I can take you and show you the kikuyu is still chest deep, and yet we're planting on flat areas which are picnicable, people can use it for other issues. So we've got a hole there we need to fill. Thank you.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Simpson, please.
Thank you both. Some good information here. My question is to you, Mr. Chief Executive, and it's just on something that you didn't mention, and that was the performance of AEM. I would just like you to give a bit of an overview on that. I know some councillors have visited the new AEM office in town. They, in the recent storm, not talking about the tsunami, they did a good job there too, I think, but in the rain that we've had, they are doing an excellent job keeping Auckland safe. The technology that's available in that room now, and the team that they have there is, pretty special. And I would say to all councillors, if you haven't gone and had a look, do. There's a lot of photos you cannot take inside that room. But the ones that you can, you can actually see what's going on everywhere. They highlighted certain catch pits and streams that they know to flood, and it's a really, really good visit. I think Councillor Newman, you've been, haven't you? Councillor Hills, I think you've been as well. It's great. So just maybe next time give a bit of an overview on how the improvements potentially have gone in that department, because it's. Oh, sorry. Councillor Joe. Oh, yeah, she's. See, there we go. So, maybe just cover something on that.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'm always a little bit cautious about crowing in the emergency management space, because you know that we're just around the corner from the next event, and by their nature, they are challenging. And I won't say chaotic, but I think you get the picture that, things in the emergency context never run totally smoothly. Am I confident that we're a lot better prepared? Yes, I absolutely am. And I acknowledge the councillors' support for the additional resources that have gone into our emergency management response. I'm pleased with where it's at. The team have done a really, frankly awesome job. The facility on level 4 of Albert Street is first class, and I might say the envy of others around the country. It's not my opinion, that's a statement from Dave Gawn, the head of the National Emergency Management Agency. We're in much better shape. We've trained a very large number of staff now. We've improved the systems that are in place. And I think I'm right in saying that about 20 out of 21 actions in the work program that was set out have now been completed following the 2023 events, and we're making good progress through the through the longer term plan. This is regularly reported to Councillor Stewart's committee, who I also acknowledge and thank for your support in this regard. But I'm pretty pleased with the progress. More work to do, but it's in good shape.
Sorry, maybe just to add, we've got that department down on the list of service and review performance to come to the Rev Committee in the near future as well, so it's an opportunity to do a deeper dive.
I think Councillor Stewart might want to comment.
No, I'd like to also acknowledge Adam Maggs and all of his team, and if you haven't seen, later on, let's get through this emergency and everything, but if you haven't seen the technology and all the vehicles and all the equipment and everything, it's really worth having a look at. And I think we're extremely lucky to have people like Adam Maggs and his team. So nothing more to say, but thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Fully, please.
Kia ora, thanks Phil and Ross and your team for your presentation and your hard work backing us up in our community. Just wanted to commend all of our Auckland Council whānau for those good stats in terms of our libraries and our leisure centres. Those are hubs for our communities. So it's really good to see that after COVID, those numbers are going back up as well. My question relates to the buyouts. As you know, I brought to your attention some negative media stories that were out there, in particular about the Mangere buyouts. Just wanted to follow up whether those, you were able to pick those up and whether they're included in the group you're talking about that your team's working with.
Yes, I'm aware of the scenarios you're talking about, and yes, they were followed up, both sort of generally and in some quite specific cases where we're aware of some unhappiness. I think we've made quite a lot of progress, and I might say in terms of future-proofing with the engineering works in the Mangere area, I think there's good progress there too, because they were first cabs off the rank in terms of those big community infrastructure projects. Yeah.
Kia ora, thank you.
For that, Councillor Sayers, please.
Hang on, caller. What's going on there? Just restart. Right, mate. Thanks a lot. Yeah, thank you. Look, Mr. Chief Executive, thank you so much for these opportunities, and also the CFO. You know, always very candid, and have to say, quite positive over this last 12-month period in terms of what you're able to report back to us. But look, my question's around, and the Mayor opened with it, about the pressures that are on Aucklanders at the moment, the defaults that are happening, the pressures that are out there, generally around the cost of living that people are experiencing. And I've just been outdoor knocking, and we've had this 5.8% rate increase, but some people, even retirees on fixed incomes, are experiencing up to 30% increases, just the way the formula works. So, it's been very helpful for you and the CFO to touch on moving forward your thoughts around, the continued savings that are going to happen there, because those have a flow-on effect to keeping their rate increases down. But, for next year, I think we're budgeting around 8.8% average rate increase. So, look, just from your perspective, could you just help the table around, with central government, I've heard talk around rate capping rate increases. I've heard about them taking the 4 well-beings out, presumably to reduce costs on councils. I've heard about the potential of local government New Zealand being restructured and better forums for councils to deal with central government, and we've also heard about the regional deals, Phil. So, in terms of your position as Chief Executive, looking forward, what are the opportunities, if any, there to keep the pressures on our rate increases down, or ability to forward look at the annual plan next year? And for example, I think why we've got such a big increase next year is the CRL costs coming on board. Yet we're going into a regional deal conversation very shortly, with the central government. Is there ability within that for them to be stepping up the mark to up to the mark to be able to help us out more with the city rail link costs or not. So it's a broad question, Phil, about you looking forward from your position about with a role with central government. You've explained what we're doing internally, but in terms of the other opportunities with central government there, could you just paint a picture of how you see that future looking?
Gosh, that's quite a big question, Councillor Sayers. In simple terms, I'd have to suggest we're going to have to sort of temper our expectations in terms of additional central government financial support. I think they've been pretty clear on that point. So, to some degree, the lumpiness, the city rail link related costs that flow through next year and are a big part of that. That's sort of higher than we would like rate increase next year. Some of those, I'm afraid, are pretty unavoidable. The question underneath it, in terms of how hard we can drive the organisation to find other savings and offsets, given that reality, well, I have to say we're pushing things quite hard at the moment. Around 50% of the savings that we've achieved this year, they are definitely repeatable. You know, we've made the changes that mean that they will have an enduring positive effect in terms of the budget. But of course that means that half aren't, and we've got other things that we need to look at in the organisation to keep that pressure on. So I know I make this point regularly, but we've already banked in advance the fact of those savings. In addition, you're aware that we've taken on the challenge of meeting some additional costs in this financial year to help local boards with those inflationary pressures that would have otherwise eaten into the increased budgets or into their budgets. So I'm cautioning you in terms of expectations of a whole lot more savings opportunity in the short term. Now, the key point here, and I'm sorry for the long answer, but the key point here is that there's a limit to how much in the way of savings I can find without impacting service levels. And that, therefore, is a conversation for all of us around this table, significantly yourselves, because I totally regard the question of policy and service levels. In a democracy, that's for you to determine and for you to give direction around, and it'll be that pressure that you'll be confronted with in the annual plan round. Not sure I can say much more at this stage. Yeah.
Well, thank you, Phil. I guess I was also, part of my questioning was around potential legislative changes that come through. Is there any update in those areas that may be helpful?
I beg your pardon. I think what I'll do is I'll communicate with you offline about what we understand about the government's legislative program if you're referring to the local government specific changes around role and rate capping, rather than here. Probably the point I would make is that and it's not to be defensive of those community services that always come into the spotlight when we're having a conversation about core business and for well-beings and rates capping. But I would remind you that that element of our costs is probably smaller than most people think. I mean, 30% of our budget is transport related and so forth, right? So you're talking about a potential lever that has a very real impact on the community, but in financial terms is not the biggest slice of the pie to be managing. So that's a discussion that we're going to have in due course, and I'll communicate with you offline about the government's legislative program.
Very good. Well, thank you for the thoroughness of your answer there. It's appreciated.
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think you've got to remember that next year's increase is $220 million for operating the CRL. That was baked in by decisions made some years ago when we decided to build CRL. So to save that we're not going to build it and not have anybody on it. So you'll just have to explain to some of those rates caps people, there are some facts out there. Councillor Henderson, please.
Thank you. Got a couple, just in terms of stream maintenance and whatnot. Firstly, leading off that I'd asked for advice on the financial levels of service for stream maintenance. Just wanted to bring that back to the top of your radar, that when people are advocating for more maintenance, we need to know the financial impact, and I'd like to know that. Just in line with the debris being left behind through house removal, an issue for Waitakere. Contractors, of course, need to be reminded that they need to keep sites clear, but these sites also seem to be attracting illegal dumping. So I'm just wondering if you've been made aware of that issue and what measures we're planning to do to handle that problem.
Yeah, I have been made aware of it, in the recovery officers, I suppose, strategising around it, regular inspections and so on. There's a related problem with those sections that haven't been cleared yet, being vandalised and becoming a problem in terms of antisocial behaviour and vandalism and such like. So, yes, and I'll definitely come back to you. I can see the General Manager of the relevant area sitting in the background, so we might want to grab him at morning tea time, but I'll come back to you more formally about the stream maintenance costs.
Fabulous, that's fantastic. I suppose it's another one for Craig, but are we working with businesses and adjacent streams to educate them on the importance of keeping them clean? Because I remember that was a big thing we discovered from the floods, that some of that waste that was blocking up the stream was businesses.
Yes, that's very true. I'm aware of a number of situations. The answer is yes, but again, I might prevail upon Craig to give you a more fulsome answer.
But hey, thank you. Last one from me, and it's to Ross. With the rates rebate scheme widening and more people being eligible, could we just get some advice on that, what the impacts are going to be and any fiscal impacts as well that may or may not come to us? So it could come in a memo if it's maybe better, because we've got to get that out to the community.
Yeah, I don't have the facts and figures to hand. So it's a government-funded service, so we don't have to pay for the top-up. But if the volumes increase, there's a little bit more admin cost for us. So it's a small admin cost, but I think it's a very valuable thing to do. One of the challenges with the rates rebate scheme is that people can only get it if they apply for it. It's not automatic. And so by the government widening the criteria and having many more people that are on New Zealand Super eligible, there is a lot more relief out there for people that are struggling, but only if they know about it and only if they apply. So anything we can do to get the word out is helpful.
That's fantastic. Thank you. Thanks, Mayor.
Councillor Lee, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, councillors and ladies and gentlemen. I have a question and two brief items of information. The first item of information, good news: construction on the St James Theatre project will get underway in earnest on 15th of September, and so the work will increase in scope and velocity over the following months. So that's good news. A question, I think, to the Chief Executive. There was, on this agenda item every month, an economist report, very succinct, but it contained valuable metrics about the state of the economy, Auckland in particular, and in particular the city centre, including foot traffic and employment and all the rest of it. And I just wonder, it seems to have disappeared, and I just wonder, perhaps the economist is on leave. So my question is, will it be brought back to enable us to have this quite vital information, particularly for the city centre for myself?
Thanks, Councillor. I have to confess that in trying to shorten this session a little bit in view of your overall agenda, that was one of the things that we agreed, was that the economist would be here if needed rather than as a matter of course. But I take the point, and clearly if the councillors have a view that they would like that, then we'll respond. In making that decision, Gary Blick did undertake to make sure that outside of the meeting there was a regular update for you in terms of the state of the Auckland economy. So we'll make sure that happens.
I'll leave that to one side. Just another piece of information, as I've notified you, it has been pointed out to me what appears to be defects in the way item 9 in the Planning and Policy Committee meeting held last week was managed, particularly the nature of the mechanism to reach a decision. Does not appear in our standing orders. And so without prejudging the situation, I understand that I'll be meeting with management to discuss my concerns. If the mechanism used was not legitimate, that's a breach of natural justice, but it also means that the decisions reached, including an approach to the Environment Court for a declaratory judgment, which properly belonged in the following item, but nevertheless, it means there's a question mark on the legitimacy of those decisions. And if you like to give insult to injury, in the minutes, myself and the seconder of my notice of motion, Councillor Leone, are recorded as the mover and seconder of the very questionable substitute or replacement notice, replacement motion. And that is not true. And if it remains in the minutes, that will not be a true and correct record of that meeting. So hopefully there's an innocent explanation to all of this, but Ms. Wilson, I will be writing to you today or tomorrow, which will go into this affair in much greater detail. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I acknowledge your concern, and I can assure you we'll work through it formally and respond formally to you.
Councillor Filipino, are you there?
Morena koutou hia mana, morena chair, to the councillors, our kaimahi, our staff, also members of the public. Talofa Phil and tēnā koe Ross. Phil, first question to you. Can you tell me at what stage will you come back to the governing body, and I'm assuming to the local boards as well, in regards to the savings, the targeted savings that have been agreed? I remember, I think the last governing body committee meeting, you outlined that you wanted to have a discussion at a workshop around, savings year in, year out. So Phil, when is that? Do you think it'll happen before the election or after? That's your first part to you, and then I've got one for Ross.
Talofa, Councillor Alf. I think what you've suggested probably should happen in two parts. There is a summary of the savings effort, a fulsome summary going to Revenue and Expenditure Committee shortly. Ross might just remind me of the date, or the August meeting. So I think what we should do is package that up and share that more broadly with the local boards after that. The other aspect of your question, though, goes to the approach to savings, how they're incorporated in budgets and what have you. I think that's a matter that we should pick up as we move into the next annual plan round. So the answer is probably post-election, late this calendar year.
Yeah, thanks, Phil. Ross, question to you, and this is in regards to the properties that had to be abandoned at the floods in Cyclone Gabriel. I don't know, and I don't recall, but the rates on those homes where the occupants, the owners, had to leave, wasn't occupied, were they still obligated to pay their rates even though they were not in their house or homes?
So for last financial year, there was a decision made by the governing body, I believe, to provide rates relief, and that was based off anyone that was unable to access their property. They wouldn't have to pay rates for that period. From the start of this financial year, now that we've got the revaluations done, and category 3 buyouts have progressed, we've kind of moved back to a more normal situation. But many people's property, so people that have been bought out, or it's not their, won't be their property anymore, and ones that are equally other ones that have been severely impacted and have much lower valuations, that is accurately reflected in their values and their rates going forward, whereas that wasn't the case last year. So it's a different approach this financial year to last financial year.
Okay, so are you the person that I need to follow up on some of the homes in Mangere or in the Manuka ward that both Councillor Rotu and I represent? Do we need to then contact you, or who shall I contact around those homes in the last financial year that weren't inhabited as a result of the anniversary floods and Cyclone Gabriel?
If you contact me, I'll make sure that those are looked at appropriately.
Kia ora, thank you. Thank you, Herman.
Councillor Darby.
Thanks. And I take the point of the Chief Executive from an earlier meeting about being pretty sharp in this session. But look, mine's just a $1.34 billion question. And Chief Executive, I appreciate the conversations you've had with me 2 weeks ago, but look, it's now 8 months since the council sold its second tranche of the airport shares. The Auckland Future Fund chair confirmed that the proceeds are largely on deposit at low interest rates. We're awaiting the appointment of the global investment manager. That process is now into its 7th month. Following my inquiry in June, there was a memo that went out to all councillors saying the decision was going to be at the end of June. And then there was a media story, I think early July, that said the decision was imminent. I think that was the 9th of July. We're now at the end, a very last day, I think it is, of this month. And I'm mindful that this is a critical decision, and we've got to get it right, or they have got to get it right. I understand that the board has hired Mapua Wealth, but they're on a 1-year contract. Now, my concern is this going to run longer? And I think we need much better information coming to the governing body on $1.34 billion of our money. So what is the timing of the decision? Do we have any updates on that? Because we're well past the deadlines that have been given to us by the Auckland Future Fund chair.
Point of order, Your Worship, apologies. I can assure you that it's the decision of the chair of Auckland Future Fund, but a decision should be coming out today or tomorrow publicly.
Well, that's good to hear. Is that what the Chief Executive has been told?
Sorry,
I can't confirm whether the CEO has been told, but I can confirm that there will be a decision announced this week.
So what is the reporting line here?
Sorry, well...
Sorry, I'll refer to you now, Phil. I just needed to correct that.
Okay, it is consistent with what I understand of the situation, first point, and Ross might want to comment as well. I'm not sure how far you want me to get into the reporting line question, Councillor.
It is, look, it's really irregular for a councillor to have that information, and I don't think you have it, Chief Executive. I certainly don't have it, and this second tranche was sold a long time ago, and we're going backwards, and in my analysis, at about $1 million a day by it not being invested. And I think it's a big issue. We talk about a lot of small issues here. I'm talking about a big issue, $1.34 billion. And I don't think the transparency... I'm sorry, but I'm sounding a little bit niggly here, but this is a big one. This is not about road cones or potholes. They're important, but $1.34 billion. Look, maybe I'll just leave it there. I think we've got to do better on this. We need to understand this better, and there needs to be more timely information. If this is the Auckland Future Fund going forward, it is not good enough.
Look, I register the concern. I mean, I obviously share your concern about the stewardship of that very significant fund. I've been assured that the board is working on it. Strictly speaking, the board is accountable to you through the CCO committee. But Ross, do you want to comment?
Yes, so the board's accountable to the governing body. The advice I've had is it is still imminent. It is, as you say, it's a big decision, it's a complex decision, and that's why the board is taking the time to get it right. They're in the final stages of negotiating complex arrangements, getting fees and everything that needs to be sorted right, because it is such a big, significant decision. And that's the advice. It will be out imminent. Councillor Fletcher is a liaison councillor and attends the board meetings, so she's a bit closer to it. The reporting line is obviously to the governing body. But yeah, hopefully very, very soon you'll get the announcement and you'll be advised of what's happened.
Councillor Watson, please.
Phil, I just want to return to the buyout, and you referred to some of the publicity and some of the stories that are coming through, and a couple of which happen to be in my ward. And I've just got a few questions that go to us. Well, I won't get into individual cases, but which go to type of situation, I suppose, and that's where there's been like units, blocks of flats, and where maybe one unit has been bought out under the intolerable risk to life, yet the ones next door to it are not. And I guess there's three questions that come out of that, aside from the potentially devastating effects on people's lives. And I know it's been a massive operation, and that most people have felt very grateful for the council's intervention, but we do have these specific cases now. I understand it's has been shut for a while as far as new applications go. So there's just really three questions that come to me from a couple of these instances that I'm aware of. Is one, have we found out how people didn't really realise that they had that option and didn't pursue it? Because in the cool, clear light of day, logically, there's absolutely no reason why you wouldn't come into the scheme. Yet, obviously, there's a couple of people who haven't. In some cases, claiming they didn't receive a letter. In other cases, saying they didn't quite realise the implication of the intolerable risk to life. So one, have we found out how on earth these outliers, how these people just didn't realise in all the communication that was going backwards and forwards? That's number one. Number two, we are in a unit next to another unit. I'm assuming their valuations have plummeted right down. If there's a unit next to them that's been condemned, you assume then their value is down to 100,000 or whatever it is. And three, what is the council plan for dealing with these empty units that may or may not be subject then to vandalism or disrepair that affect the other units?
Thank you, Councillor. As you'll appreciate, I've got to kind of answer that in the general, as it wouldn't be appropriate to talk about specific instances. And probably important to preface it by saying there are a lot of situations where, of course, there's sympathy for the people and the effects on them. property values and a number of other considerations. And frankly, there's also sympathy for people who are subject to events post 2023 who aren't entitled for any consideration at all. So I'm mindful of that. The answer is that every one of those situations has to be looked at on its merits and carefully. We have made efforts to understand what the communication has been with those owners. It has been the normal practice, so again, this is general, and we do have situations where people indicate they haven't been communicated with. We've got others that acknowledge they have been communicated with, but don't feel they were in a position to make an informed decision earlier. You've got some people who were communicated with, made a conscious decision, and now regret having made that decision, having found out what's happened to properties around them. So there's quite a variety of situations there, and we're looking at each one to understand those. Quite clearly, therefore, where we've bought one property and another one is next door and the property value's been affected, that has shown up in the latest rating information, and it's brought to light the reality of the situation for some people. I'm not sure we have a response to that other than to acknowledge it's the reality for some people. The recovery team, specifically the team that Linda Greenhalgh is leading, is leaning into that in terms of communication with folk and providing what support might be available. I think the final aspect of your question is what's happening to those properties. The recovery team are working to the policy that was agreed round here in terms of what happens to those properties. In some cases, they will be able to be re-inhabited, but only if certain work is done. For example, there are multi-storey or two-storey blocks in some situations where they had habitable rooms on the ground floor and others did not next door, and therefore they had a different outcome in terms of the categorisation. And it might be feasible to convert the bottom in order that it can be sold, and we'll be looking to do that. Your guidance to us is that we should, where possible, where safe and appropriate, we should be recovering some of the investment in these properties. But there's honestly, there's a whole range of situations there. I might suggest, Councillor, that we spend some time offline afterwards, or for any councillors that have got some of these specific situations popping up in your areas, I think we should sit down and have a conversation about it. Yeah. I'll happily bring Recovery Office and other folk into the room to have that conversation with you, if you could follow up with me after the meeting.
Councillor Stewart, please.
Thank you. So this isn't a very big expenditure, but it's big enough. I just wonder, can we find out when the Auckland Council's property arm, Ikapanuku, is going to get the $3 million for the CAB building across the way? Apparently, it was back in March 2024. It was 8 years in March that it was sold, and there was a deal done through Ikapanuku. And personally, I've never heard of a deal like it, where you haven't got a finite time where you're going to receive that $3 million for an 18-storey building, where apparently they've got a $16.5 million apartment on the top that I'm not sure whether it's sold yet. Back in 2023, it hadn't been sold. So what I think we've all been told is we won't get that $3 million until all the apartments are sold, surely we need to get somebody to go and have another conversation, because, you know, it's only $3 million, and I don't know how many apartments have been sold, but I do think it's something that I would like to find out before I finish around this council table, that we have got a date where they will have to come up with the money, because honestly, I've never heard of anything like it ever before in my life. And I think something needs to be done. It just can't keep on hanging in there, and it's a 20-year plan, and the $16.5 million apartment still hasn't sold, so we haven't got that $3 million. So it's only small money, but it's something we need to look at. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Obviously, that property functions now inside the organisation and with me, but I don't have the information here, so I will follow up and communicate with you separately.
Good question, Councillor. Probably were a good reason why we shifted away from Iki Panuku, nevertheless. I do recall you were the one person who cleverly voted against that, listing that as a listed building. Councillor Williamson.
Yeah, good morning. And Phil, I've got a quick question about process. I will stick with the generalities rather than the specifics, but it's to do with almost the opposite of property acquisition. It's of surplus properties. When Eastern Busway Stage 1 was completed over 4 years ago, there were still some properties that were left over of no need anymore and could have easily been disposed of. What's amazing is that some of them are residential buildings that could have been sold as a dwelling for people to live in, have dramatically dropped in price in the last 4 years just because house prices have dropped. I guess the question I really want to know is there a central person or manager or general manager who has the role of coordinating with all of our CCOs, because the debate has gone between Iki Panuku, no, it's not ours, we don't have the ownership papers, then AT say, well, we've not been given them, so we can't do this, or we haven't been told we can dispose of it. I believe it is going to come before the governing body next month, but over 4 years of property sitting empty, dwindling away in value, is there a person who actually has the management and control of all of our property portfolio, and it flags them in their computer saying, this is ready for disposal, and that within a month or 2 months, that is ready to go on the market, try to get the maximum price for it?
Thank you, Councillor. There are a few exceptions to this given the kind of CCO landscape, but in the round, yes, it's with the property department recently created, sitting in the resilience and infrastructure area, with a general manager having now been appointed to that role. So the answer is yes, and we can get that person onto the issue that you're talking about.
Would really appreciate it. Thanks, Phil.
Councillor Leone, please.
Thank you. I was also just going to talk about the CCOs and just going back to the attachments on point 22, just referring to the 2.4 million of the budget to be reallocated given Iki Panuku and Tataki have come back in-house. So do we know whether we have actually saved any money since they have come back in-house in terms of that transition that's occurred? That's my first question.
Oh, we're confident, yes, we're confident we've saved that money. Just to understand the way that these change processes work, there is a payback period because there have necessarily been some redundancy costs and so on in the transition. Okay, but there is, when you annualise it, there is a bit over $2.4 million, and the reallocation of that is as per my agreement with you earlier.
Okay, and the second question is just about the strategic gaps that have been identified in terms of the economic development, destination and major events and urban development, because I can see that you've got a report that's going to be done to come back to the planning committee in September. In terms of that piece of work, because obviously I know that the big concern was for councillors to have better oversight of the work that they're doing. Do you think that that's, so from September onwards, that's when we're going to basically have more oversight of the work that they're doing?
Well, you've got more oversight of that work now, effectively. What that strategy work speaks to is clarity about what outcomes you want from those functions, what you want them to achieve for you in terms of urban development outcomes, economic development outcomes. So that's more a question of looking forward in terms of what you are expressing to those areas in terms of what you want them to focus on. Yep.
Thank you.
Councillor Hills, please.
Thank you. Just on the recovery office, I have had a number of issues like that, but the staff have been pretty amazing around the issues with people being connected or not being bought out with their neighbours being bought out. So they have done a lot of work in that space, so hopefully they can continue that. First is a question on the vested assets. There's a comment, and maybe I've missed it in a previous, but less or fewer assets coming from the City Rail Link over to Auckland Council. Is that what was? Do we have a bit more information on that?
So City Rail Link, there's some big assets that will come later when the project's closer to completion, but there's been some assets along the way, generally ones outside of the main stations, Britomart and other places, and those have been transitioned across as things progress. Some of that's just had a timing change, and some of it earlier, some of it later. So that's purely timing rather than anything else.
Just the timing issue. Thank you. Just on the question, there is concerns around things like stage 2 for Waido and other making space for water projects. I assume, or I hope, there's work being done in the background for the new council to consider other projects as part of the annual plan and LTP. Like, does Healthy Waters start proposing basically a bid for capital works for us to make decisions on, or do we have to start officially making those before we have an ability to do that?
We can get Craig to talk to that at an appropriate time. A lot of focus on the current ones and the early stages, but I'm well aware that Craig is thinking about the longer term, the bigger picture. What does the city need overall long term? So there's plenty of thinking going on more broadly around climate resilience and what is needed in the future. So that thinking is going on. That will have to be fleshed out and developed to feed into the next LTP. So we won't wait until that period to look at it. There'll be ongoing work as we progress.
Thank you. I've just got some quick fire questions just because the silly season is upon us and a bit of misinformation happens. But what was the savings made this year in total? What's the expected? Is it around 100 and...
So the target was 66 million. We achieved that target 3 months early, and so it's more than that. So we're looking at a figure above that. We're still going through the final numbers. We'll have a full report to the Rev Committee, and we'll get really specific about the exact numbers at that point.
It'd be good to have a rates percentage on that too. So I think it ends up being another 5 or 6% rates would have been if we hadn't saved that. The other one is on our debt to revenue. So we got up to 285 or something at one point in COVID, but we're down to, is it 240 we're expecting this year, debt to revenue?
I think a little bit less with Watercare dropping out. So I think 220, 230. We'll just finalise those numbers as we work through the final audited annual report. But yeah, it's very much in line with budget as things are coming down and as Watercare moves out. But there's a lot more debt headroom there now than there has been previously.
Okay, so our main measure of debt, we had a cap of 270, we moved it to 290, but we're actually down below 240, we're hoping.
Yes, we're targeting being below 250, and we're closer to 220.
Well, the other one on the physical, sorry, the billions. The reason we're increasing debt this year is largely due to it's part of, or about a third, or even half of the capital investment we're doing, right?
Yep, so about 1.3 billion increase in debt is attributable to the capital investment, which is 3.9 billion for the year. There's also a bit of increase in debt, which is purely foreign exchange valuation. So the debt looks a bit bigger in New Zealand dollar terms, but it's fully hedged, so that's not actually a real economic exposure.
That's good to know. And if we didn't want to increase that debt because of that capital, we would either have to kill $1.3 billion worth of capital, so stop investing, or put up the rates about 48% to pay it with cash.
Yes, I haven't done the maths on that, but yes, that's a significant order of magnitude. Rates would have to be half a big as again, or something of that order of magnitude. Correct.
So you'd say that people criticising the increase in debt the quid pro quo was a 48% increase in rates if we wanted to continue the capital program as it is.
That's right, that's your choices, massive increase in rates or a whole lot less capital investment or some other equally dramatic financial trade-off.
Thank you. And I wasn't around for the CAB decisions, but if we'd still owned that building, the whole point of such a large discount on a purchase, as far as I read about it, was that it would have cost the council hundreds of millions of dollars to deal with the asbestos, deal with the heritage, upgrade the floors, replace the floors, etc., and that liability is not on our books. That's why the payment was so low, wasn't it? Because
I think, Councillor, we might treat that as rhetorical.
Okay, but I mean, it's an important one because this comes up every few months, and I wasn't here, but my understanding, and it would be good to have it confirmed, is the high-level purchase deal was because it was saving us well over $100 million that we would have had to spend if we continued to own.
That's moot. It was about the historical decision to make that plain building into historical. That was what drove that. Okay, I've got Councillor Bartley, and that's all I've got at the stage.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Worship. Are we taking 8 and 9 together or separately?
When I woke up this morning, I thought that'd be a good idea.
Okay.
But then again, I was told that the museum are going to show up and they had some time limits. And so I might have to resurrect that decision and perhaps go for 8, finish now, bring on the museum, and then go to 9. But a lot of the questions, 8 and 9 are quite similar. They sort of go together in a lot of ways. But I didn't realise that questions were almost compulsory.
Yeah.
And so if we do it again, and a lot of those questions would have just as easily gone to 9.
Yeah.
So with your, so it's a very good question. I'm faced with a choice now of doing what I wouldn't do, which is perhaps breaking and listening to the museum. It'd better be bloody interesting.
Oh, yeah. I'll do my question first for 8 then. I'll just go for my question for 8, for item 8.
Go for 8.
Yeah, thank you. My question is around the CCO transition, and also we're seeing the water care financial separation. So I just wanted to know, with this new system we're going in with water care, are our political accountability measures fit for purpose for this new structure we're going in, or do we need to amp it up? Because I'm worried they've borrowed a lot more money, and in the end, it's probably going to be consumers who pay. So that's where I'm going with my question. Do we need to amp up our political accountability measures to adjust to this new system of financial independence for water care?
In the round, my advice would probably be no, although in the sense that you've got a number of levers now, statement of intent, ability to appoint directors, and so forth. So I think you've got the right tools there. Operating those tools sort of diligently is really the challenge, and I am confident we can do that. You can do that. I also reflect that there is also the fact of quite a bit of regulation on water care as well. The discipline of the Commerce Commission being in there, having the charter, having work required to be done to satisfy them in terms of the adequacy of their capital investment program, their pricing policies, and so on. So I think, you know, to be frank, Watercare is a pretty well-regulated entity with the combo of those two things. But of course, we can turn our mind to that through the CCO committee as well in terms of the exercise of those roles.
Good question. Councillor Turner, please.
Thank you. Just on the back of that, as the lead councillor for Watercare, there's a lot of bosses on that organisation now, so I think there's a lot of things to think about in what Councillor Bartley just said. Who's got primacy on this?
Fair point. I take that on board.
It is heavily regulated with DIA in there as well, so it'd be a tragic error. It'd have to get through a lot of hurdles to emerge. But you're right. You have to keep alert when you go there to those meetings. At this stage here.
Your Worship, I'm mindful we're at the end of questions, sorry. If you just indulge me, I just want to acknowledge that David Rankin is with us. It is his last day in the wider organisation tomorrow. Having wound Eke Panuku up at the end of June, David, I think you're aware, has been supporting with the transition work very valuably so. So I just want to personally thank him and acknowledge the fact of this being very close to his last time in the council group.
Okay, thank you for that. At this stage, we will move. Is that moved and seconded? I'll move that and seconded by the Deputy Mayor that we receive the Chief Executive and the Chief Finance Officer report, item 8. Oh, item 9 is actually the quarterly.
If it's moved and seconded, is there opportunity to speak?
Yeah. I'm just, there's opportunity for me just to say before I go to a vote that what I'm going to do next, item 9 is quite similar, but I am prepared to interrupt and have the museum first, and then after we've moved and seconded and voted upon this, because quite a lot of the questions could easily have been about 9, so if you feel you didn't have a go this last time, and I'll save up my questions about property sales for 9. So now, a little bit of debate. You remove yourself from the planet, please, there. And Councillor Darby.
The Chief Executive has reminded us, and I had a glance, and yes, he is here. Mr. Rankin is here. Look, I just wanted to take the opportunity, because I haven't said this publicly, I really acknowledge your very long and absolutely committed period of service, David. You are one of the most remarkable Chief Executives I've come across, but you're not just a Chief Executive, you're a leadership in your own unique mould, and you've led the people of Eke Panuku who love you to bits, will go that extra mile and have gone that extra mile. I know what you've achieved in that area of Eke Panuku and the other areas that you've led and worked in as well. I really do take my hat off to you, and I am really taken by your brand of leadership. It's quite unique. And I hope it's a brand that endures across this organisation and others that you might find yourself in. I'm sure it will be. And I wish you the best. You've left an indelible mark on Auckland. The spaces that you've created through your team, your leadership, incredible. And I've worked with you closely. We've achieved some stuff that we never thought we'd maybe get across the line, but it needed joined up leadership. But I could not have done it, David, as a councillor, be it Takapuna or Northcote and the many other areas when I was planning committee chair, without you and your backing. You backed this council, you backed it really hard, and the product is enormous. I really bow my head to you. Thank you very much, David.
Thank you for that. Councillor Fully.
Kia ora, thank you, and I want to just add my voice as well to congratulating you, David, and thanking you on behalf of the Manukau ward, and I know that my fellow councillor is listening online, but in particular for the very, very good work that Eke Pānuku did with our local board in the Transform Manukau space and in the Papatoetoe space. I know other councillors haven't had the same experience, but for me, when I was chair of the local board, and certainly when I became councillor, I've always had a really good working relationship with Eke Pānuku. I've always appreciated your excellent team out there, Richard Davison and the others who've worked really hard alongside the local board to truly transform Manukau. Manukau today, compared to 2013 when I first came on the board, is transformed and continuing to transform. So I thank you for your innovative leadership. I thank you for always being open to the different ideas and diverse ideas that were put to you through the team that you have out in Manukau and in Otara Papatoe and Māngele Otahu. I wish you well on your future endeavours. I hope that you will have a nice long break somewhere sunny with your whānau as well. Kia ora. Thank you.
Councillor Sayers, please.
Yeah, thank you, Worship. Look, I just wanted to, I guess, just reinforce in terms of the financial pressures that Aucklanders are under at the moment and the real importance of the need for us as elected members next term, whoever that ends up being, to hold the line on that 8.8% rate increase. The public actually won't care what mayor or what councillors made the decisions around the CRL. That's a done deal. But there's probably is an importance that if we know that that is coming, that's communicated, and that may be something that we need to do a good job at. And that's why I want to mention that, Phil. And the other thing too is just, it can be very tempting, and this might be part of our own induction process for the new councillors around, when because everyone will make election promises, what they want to deliver on, but every 0.1% or 0.05% or 1% pressure just adds on to that projected 8.8%. So councillors, will be tempted to add new services and will be tempted to add new projects. But if that happens, we really need to hold the line on that 8.8 or do better. So there'll need to be compromises made around that. So I just want to mention both those things in terms of what needs to happen early, probably after the election cycle. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to move that we receive those. All those in favour, please say aye. Contrary, carried. I'd welcome the museum people to the front, and just record your notes for item 9. If you've just note that have you asked an item 9 question already, you don't have to do it again. Thank you. Welcome your team here. We're here to talk about your performance last year, the plan for the year ahead, and that pesky asbestos. We've also been running deficits since 2019. That's not sustainable, so we'll have your finance person have a bit of a chat about those. Staff costs are quite high in there, so we hit a next funding agreement. You need a credible plan to address these as well as your building costs. Okay. Deputy Mayor, would you like to move this? I'm prepared to accept, and well, thank you for your presentation in advance. Off you go.
Okay, well, kia ora tātou. Your Worship and Councillors, my name is Rachel Tūwhāngai. I'm the Chair of the Auckland Museum Board. I have with me today board members Ben Palmer, Chair of the Audit and Risk Committee, and the Chief Executive, David Reeves. Deputy Chair Alistair Carruthers also sent his apologies. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you about the museum's recent performance and some of the opportunities and challenges we have been coming up against this year and in the next few years. We always appreciate the opportunity to present on these things, and we appreciate the support of Auckland Council. Thank you. Firstly, I just want to take the opportunity to remind all of those here that about what the museum provides to Aucklanders, and that continued public investment into the museum as a public entity and service is needed. We fulfil many different purposes and work with a wide range of communities. Our work spans tourism, education, research and conservation. We work in a wide range of, with a wide range of sector partners in Auckland, nationally and internationally, and many different communities.
Good morning, councillors, and your worship. Turn the microphone on. Just like to outline some of the highlights of the last year. This report is the first under the 3-year funding agreement, which we reached with council a year ago. And I understand there is some desire perhaps that we also submit a written report. We could look at doing that next year. The expectation under the agreement was that we provide this presentation to councillors. Highlights of this year have been a number of homegrown exhibitions, including the very highly acclaimed A Different Light, looking at historic photography, which has toured to Wellington and is shortly to go to Dunedin, and also produced a Ockham long-listed book, which we're very proud of. Our Tatonga Community Hub had 3 magnificent exhibitions, including in the middle there, working with Netball New Zealand on the centenary of that great sport in our country. And sadly cut short by the asbestos, our community display working with Ngāti Whātua. We're working with them now on how we will reconfigure that display elsewhere in the building. And our international offer, 3 very good, highly appreciated exhibitions which came from overseas. The Diva currently showing is an extraordinary piece of work. We were fortunate to have the curator from London here with us, and she shared many insights which have produced good responses from our audiences and high levels of satisfaction. We also launched this year our mini membership program. This is an extension to our membership program which puts children at the centre of the membership, and so children who become members can then add on the adult membership, and they get to choose which adult they bring to the museum for their visit. We also launched the country's first museum podcast, which now has monthly episodes, and I commend you to seek those out for stories behind the scenes, which help illuminate more of the museum's work. We also opened a refreshed and long overdue refreshment of our New Zealand Wars Gallery. Atarau is a fresh look at that important part of New Zealand's history. We've now prepared a short video which highlights some of the other things that we've been up to, and then we'll continue with some of our financial. Thank you. I think you can see there that we're focusing not just on numbers, but on deepening the engagement and increasing the variety of activities that we are able to offer a variety of audiences. I'll now pass over to Ben Palmer to talk us through some of the financial aspects.
Thank you, David. Good morning, Your Worship, councillors. My name is Ben Palmer. I'm the chair of the Audit and Risk Committee at the museum. Certainly, this last financial year has been extremely challenging for the museum. And as the Mayor pointed out, we have been running deficits for a number of years, which is a concern to the management and to the Trust Board, which we are trying to work our way through. Just looking at the results, however, for the year, our revenue is on budget. We have there, you'll see, a $7.67 million bequest, which was a one-off windfall to the museum, and fantastic to receive that, but it is one-off. And so if you actually remove that from our numbers, our revenue is pretty much all square in terms of where we were forecasting a year ago. If you look at our expenditure, we are plus or minus pretty much on budget if we adjust for the costs that we've incurred for the asbestos. In fact, it takes us probably a bit ahead of budget in terms of managing our expenditure, which is good, but we still are running a deficit. And that is something that is challenging, and how we address that is an ongoing focus for the Trust Board. We are fortunate that we have been able to fund these deficits through our cash flow. But that, in essence, has come from depreciation. And those of you who understand depreciation will know that it is a non-cash item, therefore we are actually able to use that cash for this. However, there is a price to pay, and that price is around the careful management of our capital expenditure. Because if we're spending money on depreciation, we're not spending it on our assets. And so that is creating challenges for us. The building is a heritage building, it is expensive to maintain, and we need to balance that as well. So all up, we've had these challenges. COVID continues to hit us in terms of tourism. We've now got asbestos in front of us, but we are working on it. And I can assure you that the Trust Board takes the responsibility of careful management and our responsibility to the citizens of Auckland extremely seriously, and making sure that we do manage our way through these crises, and we are looking at what we can do in the future. Thank you very much.
What we have here is our unaudited service performance measures. The fully audited measures will be in our annual report, which will come out later this year. But just to take you through some of the highlights, we have fully achieved 12 of the 16 targets. We have very strong levels of satisfaction. Our visitation is down for the year at around 85% of target, which is due in part through depressed tourism economy, some softness in the local economy, but also the huge impact of needing to close for 24 days during May to deal with the asbestos situation. That had a very direct impact, obviously, on the total visitation. We have continued to perform very strongly in our online space. We're one of the highest performers of any Australasian museum in this area, making sure that our collections and the related information gets out to a wider audience. And an area where we have particular focus is our less than ideal performance in the education area. I've undertaken a detailed review of this in recent months and will be implementing changes this coming financial year. We need to respond to changes in the curriculum, some dynamics that are happening in the school environment where we need to adjust our programs to make us much more appealing for teachers and students to come to the museum. It's a vital part of what we do, and we need to adjust our programs to respond accordingly to that environment. So overall, we are pleased with most of the results, but we know that we've got some work to do in some other areas. Looking ahead, we are currently in year 2 of the 3-year funding agreement with Auckland Council. We have an enormous job ahead of us in the next 12 months around the asbestos remediation, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in a moment. We are keeping very tight control on our costs and expenditure. We must do this because the tourism and the economy are not going to come right anytime soon that we can see, and we need to live within our means. One area that we are going to invest in is the software that sits behind the very popular online cenotaph, and vital part of our war memorial function. In fact, it is a national function. It accounts for nearly half of the museum's web traffic. It is on software that is now 12 years old and is part of it becoming unsupported. So we need to invest in that to keep that vital service going. So to the asbestos, I'll briefly bring you up to speed with where things are at. The source of the problem is in the Māori court. So the photograph here you see is of the curved ceiling, and the arrows there are pointing to 100-year-old ventilation systems, and the asbestos is up in, but that's the remnants of a previous job to remove asbestos from the ceiling. However, there's dust containing asbestos left in the ceiling. The space is extraordinarily hard to get to because there's a curved roof on top of a curved ceiling, and it's actually physically too small for a person to get into. The vents are enabling the dust to just be distributed around the building, and we believe that, for instance, we think that when fire alarms go off, the massive smoke extract fans are disturbing the dust, which is causing the problem. We need to get in there and either seal or remove all of that asbestos. It's not straightforward because we've got a gallery full of priceless taonga immediately below, so to construct the necessary scaffolding, we need to decant the gallery. This is having a dent on our tourism offer, so it's not an easy situation for us to solve. At the moment, we have the northern galleries, mainly the 1929 part of the building, remain closed. The southern 2/3 of the building is open and is performing well. Most of those galleries will be open in October, but the Māori court will be a much longer job to deal with. The engineers have looked at the possibility of doing it from the top, which would involve taking the roof off. Clearly not a very attractive option in Auckland's climate, so we've largely discounted that. Doing it from underneath involves probably in sections dismantling parts of the ceiling to deal with the asbestos and then reconstructing it. We're still working through exactly what the methodology is, how long it will take and how much it will cost. We are pursuing an insurance claim to the extent that our insurance policy will cover asbestos, so we're pursuing that hard, and we are hopeful that there will be some recovery from that source. However, it's not at all certain. The current north foyer, some of you will be familiar with this space. It looks like an industrial landscape at the moment. To meet the asbestos regulations, it has to be air pressurised. We have a contractor in there working under the guidance of a licensed asbestos advisor, and some of our own staff have been trained up. But it is a pretty difficult environment where people are only permitted in with full PPE gear and on a rotational shift basis. We are making very good progress with these galleries, the 6 galleries to the north of the building, and as I said, hope to have these reopened in October. This view here is of the Māori court. On the right there is a large decontamination tent that was constructed to take out Te Rā, this Māori sail that's on loan from the British Museum. That was the first thing we needed to attend to so that it could be safely packed up, ready for return to the UK.
To end on a slightly happier note, the museum is approaching its centenary, and the board and I are looking at how we are going to mark the centenary. It is by coincidence that, so here's the building opening in November 1929. It is 100 years ago tonight that the Auckland Institute sold the former museum in Princes Street and committed the funds to the museum. And then tomorrow is it's the centenary of the laying of the foundation stone of the museum. So some of you may have seen the article in the Herald last weekend, and it's certainly something for us to reflect on, and what it is that we want the museum to be in its second century on Pukekohe. I thank you for your time this morning, and I'm very happy to take questions.
Okay, thank you very much for that. I believe we moved in second. Good day. I'll just check with the Chief Executive. Have we got anyone from our council building team in to sort of help advise the museum with the asbestos issue and do it in a cost-effective way? I mean, I know you've got independent advisors, but my experience is that, same with the seismic, everyone who gets involved in it likes to spend a lot more money than people who don't. So I want an independent advisor. In other words, someone who's independent from making money out of advising asbestos people. We have problems with the seismic industry here as well, doing exactly the same thing, and the fire industry. And so you've been caught with one of the three big money spinners on the name of safety. I know you've got to deal with it, but I just want to make sure that we can provide you with somebody or other.
Yes.
Because if you can trap it and hold it, you don't actually have to remove it. It's just got to trap it somehow or other. I understand it's a difficult time for you in that regard. I've got one or two little questions. I've got two people here as well. In terms of your numbers, we are still your biggest supplier of cash by a long, long way. So managing us is probably more important than managing some of those other things. The admissions is only 3 million. I mean, I keep coming back to, is it time that we put $5 on everybody going there? I just find it unbelievable that you're so hesitant to do what is screamingly obvious to me that you would do. It's not much. And I just want you to at least open your minds towards it. You didn't know asbestos was coming, and you didn't know I'm going to suggest $5 to go in there is a good thing. Things that are free are oversubscribed and underappreciated. That's just a general rule of the world. Richard Hills has a question, and he has put forward a suggestion to add something to the recommendation, which is that we give you some support to fight your asbestos war, and I'm quite happy to have that incorporated, as is the Deputy Mayor. So Richard, you don't have to actually talk too much about that, but your questions, and everyone's in a questioning mood today.
Kia ora, thank you, Mayor, and thanks, Deputy Mayor, for incorporating those. I did take advice to add non-financial support because I didn't want to circumvent the levy discussions, which are actually important to stay separate and independent. But I just put that up there because of the monumental scale and the problem that I didn't realise until I was there, how disruptive this is. Also put C because unlike Te Papa, which is almost completely funded by the government, you guys barely received anything from the government, and set aside what happens in the museum, the building itself is of massive national significance, and I believe the government should be helping here. My question that includes all of this, what are the sort of revenue losses predicted because of the significant amount of space? Like, obviously it's going to drop visitors because there's less things to see, but also that major event space is now unavailable, which is a significant revenue gainer. Is that the right word? So if you just want to give if you want to give us an idea of what the expected loss is because of so much of the museum being forced to close.
So the losses to the end of June were in the region of $500,000. That was just for the 24 days during May. We are also seeing a degree of hesitation from the public to return, or in fact, knowledge that the museum is reopened is not widespread. We're in this awkward situation where closing the museum made national news, reopening the museum did not. And so we're having to put a lot of effort into promoting the fact that the museum is indeed open and functioning, not quite as normal, but certainly we're there. We have built into this year's revised budget, so this is revised from the annual plan that we presented 3 months ago, a $2 million drop in tourism income because of the loss of the Māori court availability. And we're seeing that at the moment we are offering international tourists half price because the value is simply not there. And when we briefly had it at full price, the pushback was so enormous that we took the prudent decision to offer it half price. Even that we're seeing tourists walk away, which is incredibly sad. We will be working on alternative content to bring back the tourist attractions, but it's a serious dent in our revenue.
Thank you. And next question, just on the Diva. I mean, that show is just phenomenal. And if people haven't seen it, they need to. And it's in a very safe area. But if you want to give us an idea of the gravity of such a exhibition coming to Auckland, and I think the first outside of the Northern Hemisphere, am I correct? But also what sort of numbers you're seeing. Is that, that's a paid entry, so that helps your revenue?
That's right. So we've got a target of around 65,000 visitors, paying $25 a head for that. It is performing well, and we're getting extremely good word of mouth. So people who are going through are thoroughly enjoying that show. And I would really commend all councillors to come and tell your friends, of course. It is a remarkably good exhibition. It's much more than people expect. And it is by one of the world's leading curators in this field.
Thank you for that, Councillor Henderson.
Yeah, thank you. I have to admit, I winced when I heard there was a Māori piece on loan from the British Museum here on loan. Can you inform us to the origin of this piece?
So the origin is uncertain. Even the British Museum don't know for certain, except that it has been in their collections for over 200 years. There's been a lot of research done over a number of years. It is the only extant Māori woven sail in the world. And through work with Christchurch Art Gallery and ourselves, we were able to bring it to Aotearoa for 3 years. That loan period expires in May next year, and it's likely that it will then be returning to London.
Okay, leaving aside maybe the question on whether we have to give it back, I was wondering if you could comment on repatriation of Māori artefacts back to Aotearoa and maybe in more general terms.
So the responsibility for return of taonga from overseas back to New Zealand is largely the responsibility of Te Papa. And so we don't have an overt role in that, except sometimes in brokering relationships and conversations. In terms of taonga held by Auckland Museum and cared for, we have an active program of responding to repatriation requests and being more transparent about those processes as time goes on. And it's something we've noted in this year's annual plan, actually, that we will be doing more proactive work. That doesn't mean just opening the doors and expecting things to fly out the door. Far from it. What it means is more active conversations and the various ways in which Māori can reconnect with their taonga.
Thank you, I really appreciate that. That's prompted a follow-up. How would one go about a repatriation request? What's the process?
Process is simply to either contact us by email through the website or by phone, and we refer to the relevant curator who begins that conversation. It often takes quite a long time because there are many parties who have potential interest, but we've got a pretty good track record of having good conversations.
It's really not for me to say not being mana whenua, but I wonder if we could save some plane fare just quietly. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Councillor Dalton, please.
Thank you very much, and thank you for all you do for Aucklanders and looking after our taonga and also all the exhibitions, everything. I had a few questions. One was around the board's determination that it is COVID that is still impacting your numbers. How do you reach that determination?
It's really just seeing the ongoing depressed tourism that has still affecting. So the national figures were predicted to be around 96% of pre-COVID, which is what we did our budgets on. In fact, it's sitting at around 90%. So there's a slight impact. It's not the major impact, but it is still having some impact.
Was that international or both? International and domestic?
International.
Yep. Okay, thank you. The online cenotaph is amazing, so I'm glad that you're going to continue to invest in that. That's more of a comment than a question. My question was around a depreciation is something you can only use as a very temporary measure. We've done this ourselves as a council. It hasn't worked out well for us at all, not investing in depreciation. I wondered, I was going to go to the education where the numbers are down. Does that generate an income or is it a cost?
We do get some revenue from schools, but it doesn't pay for the entire cost at all. So it is a net cost to the museum. It's a vital thing. It's in our Act as an activity that we are required to do. So it is a small revenue generator, but it's a net cost.
Do you see that you'll be able to make that shift to now respond to a changing curriculum without having any impact on what MOTAT delivers in its education space? That, as a governance level, they too are trying to get some income back in.
Yes. So one of the things that's happened this year is that I've been meeting with the chief executives of the other museums and other attractions funded by council. And one of the areas we've been working on is a more joined up education offer, where we're much clearer about what each of us offer and that we're not duplicating. And our desire this coming year is to provide a more comprehensive program, and it's sort of like perhaps a one-stop shop for teachers and schools to look at, so where they're much more aware of what the whole program is across all of our organisations, so the Zoo, Stardome, Maritime Museum, Art Gallery, MOTAT and ourselves. So I understand your question. It's something that we're constantly working on. The fact is that there's a lot more, there's plenty more capacity for all of us to do more.
It's an excellent answer, thank you. I love those partnerships and discussions. My last question is around the centenary and the board planning towards that, and you'll be, I'm assuming you're doing this already, but it's an enormous opportunity for fundraising to really get bequests, and even that vital money from central government would be nice as well. So that'll be part of your package of what will be delivered.
That's correct. The management team of the museum is working on a range of options which are bringing to the board at the end of this calendar year. It'll be looking at what the opportunity is for renewing the Māori and Pacific galleries, interrupted of course by the very unwelcome situation with the asbestos, but nevertheless those galleries are approaching 30 years old themselves and need the narratives and displays need renewal. There's some vital building infrastructure work that needs doing. The air conditioning systems are approaching 35 years old, and some of the components of that system are obsolete. You only get one chance every generation to do a thorough job of replacement, so we're probably going to incorporate that. There are some heritage restoration opportunities as well while we're at it. So we're pulling together the options for the board to consider. We've also commissioned a fundraising feasibility study just to get an idea of the philanthropic landscape. Certainly opportunities for government and other funding are part of that mix. We're just assembling that information now, and it'll form part of the whole package that the board have available to them to consider in December.
That's a really valuable piece of work, isn't it? Thank you all for all you do. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Councillor Foley, please.
Kia ora, thank you so much for all of the amazing work that you do and for safeguarding our taonga, or our mea sina, as we say in Samoan, for our Māori and Pacific communities especially. Just a question around charging at the door. So at the moment it's free for residents, free for Aucklanders, but non-residents, tourists are expected to pay, and then you've got shows where everyone is charged a fee, correct? Okay. So I'm really mindful of charging at the door and the effect that might have in terms of a barrier to Aucklanders who are already paying for it through the levy, and to communities like mine in Manukau and in South Auckland. Are you able to comment on that in terms of that equity issue? And then I have another question.
Sure, it's something that we have looked at, and at the Mayor's suggestion. What we've done with benchmarking, like institutions across Australasia, but also our own knowledge of our audiences, is that it would seem that a door charge, no matter how modest, would have a fairly significant reduction in casual visits by Aucklanders to the museum. That then puts some pressure on the viability of things like the cafe, the car park, and other things. So in fact, our net revenue is better if we are free at the door for Aucklanders and then have a range of add-on services that people pay for. The business model we've looked at, and we've looked at this several times, means that at the moment the settings are such that we are better to have free entry for Aucklanders, paid entry for overseas tourists. We invite New Zealanders, and that's a relatively small, so non-Auckland New Zealanders, to make a donation. And we've had good success with the tap-and-go type donation machines. So we do believe that we've got the mix about right, and it does also deal with the equity issue that you refer to.
Kia ora, thank you, and I appreciate that. My second question is, I have heard that the museum is currently developing its Pacific strategy, and that this is the first time ever that the museum has undertaken that. I know it's not in your presentation, but I wonder if you could give us an update on that. Kia ora.
Certainly, we've worked with our Pacific Advisory Group and developed a Pacific Development and Delivery Plan. Matawhatawa Oha is its name. It was launched during this financial year, and it sets out a number of very specific targets around engagement with Pacifica communities in Auckland, but also reaching out into the Pacific, because of course we hold very important collections from across the region.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks for your governance and management of what many Aucklanders think is one of our finest cultural institutions. Well done, and you've certainly had a bit of a tough time. I've got a couple of questions and then a brief comment that I'll try and turn into a question. First of all, how long do you think it will be before you get back to normal operations?
The Northern Galleries we hope to have open in October. The remaining area, which was the Māori Court, which spans right from east to west, right across the building, that will at least be a year before we can get the asbestos dealt to in there. And by then, we may well be looking at what we want to do for the planning for complete rejuvenation of those galleries in time for the centenary. There's a lot of unknowns right at the moment, so I'm really unable to put a date on that. What we are looking at is some interim measures to have additional Pacific and Māori content available, and to bring back some of the attraction of the museum. I don't think we'll ever be back to normal, before we get into the redevelopment for the centenary.
So my second question is, when did you think the Māori court would be open and operational? And really, you can't give me an answer on that yet.
We don't.
Okay.
We simply don't know, because the engineers are still giving us advice on exactly the methodology for dealing with the asbestos.
Okay, my third question is, you know, in the political working party that your team and we've all been part of, and Councillor Dalton kind of mentioned it in the educational space, but it was that sharing of exhibitions and things, so other people can promote you, you know, and you can promote others, and the region as a whole, you're part of that family. Do we need to do anything more formal around that, or do you think that you're doing an okay job with that, or have you got any comments around that? What are you thinking at the moment? Or have you been really asbestos focused and it hasn't been up as a priority?
Yes, we got off to a good start with goodwill amongst the six of us, and we are continuing to meet regularly. For me, the asbestos has been a massive distraction, but I've nonetheless still kept hosting those meetings, and we are very committed to things that we can do without cost, to promote really what the whole of the cultural offer is for Auckland, and we're working with Tātaki Auckland Unlimited with that as well. I'm at the moment, I wouldn't say that we need anything further in that, but perhaps just occasional questioning and encouragement to keep going.
Okay, thank you. And then finally, look, I know that there have been some questions that councillors have given me about why there wasn't an actual report, just a presentation. And you answered that to me and said, well, you weren't asked to do one. The advantage of doing one in the future is that everyone knows the good news stories to share, and that it got the facts and figures to reference. So I think, you know, it actually is worth the effort. And finally, all the best for tomorrow. Foundation Stone, I noticed, was opened by the then Prime Minister, so the government would have felt some ownership, you would think. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Darby, please.
Kia ora katoa, and yeah, likewise, thanks for the enormous work there. Probably just on the financials initially, on you're a bequestee for a significant sum. That's an anonymous bequest from the bequestor, is it?
No, it was a brother and sister who passed away 10 years ago, and the terms of their will was that the bequest was held for 10 years while some other activities happened, and then the residue came to the museum. And we were unaware of it until about a year ago when we were contacted by the lawyers. It was a very good day at work. It is, however, for the future development of the museum. It would be a shame to use it for asbestos remediation. I'm sure that's not what was in the minds of the bequesters, or paying the power bill. So it has been transferred into a separate endowment fund, and we hope to use that for positive development of the museum rather than run-of-the-mill. And we think that sends a really good signal to others who may be considering a will, that we have a separate endowment fund, that we're able to separate funds like this and use them for, as I say, development work rather than run-of-the-mill operations.
Okay, and forgive me if I'm not across the detail if it's been communicated before, but it is a significant contribution to Auckland. Has the Deputy Mayor, just a question, you probably know this, has there been a formal acknowledgement either from the Mayor or yourself to the bequestor? I'm just wondering if we could follow up on that, because that is a significant contribution to Auckland, and I'm just wondering, Deputy Mayor, we could chase that one up. Look, I just want to say it's one thing to receive an amount like that, but it says something about you all. You know, you have got to be worthy to, in the eyes of a bequestor, to receive such a bequest. So it's an acknowledgement of the museum as a whole. I did that. Just in terms of the interest, you're ahead on that by quite a considerable number. Well ahead on budget. It's not a lotto win. It's are you playing the NASDAQ or what's happening there?
our funds are managed by Milford, and these are market movements. There's nothing magical, nothing special. The 7.67 million was deposited very quickly into Milford for ongoing investment. We have a SIPO, a Statement of Investment and Policy Objectives, which sets out how we wish to invest these funds. And we are going down that path, holding it very firm. We don't react to market forces. We just sit on our hands and let the market sort itself out, which seems to be the best advice that anyone can give us. And yeah, so it's fortuitous, but we'll take it.
We are looking for a global investment manager, by the way, so for the Future Fund. And just in terms of the asbestos, there's varying degrees of asbestos. I don't want to get too much into the detail here, but you've had a risk assessment and you know the particulate size, because I've had a little bit of experience, but I don't want to bring that here. Asbestos can be safe as long as it's not moving. But yours is of a particulate size and it gets on the move with the ventilation. And so in that risk assessment, it is highlighted that this is an actual risk. I just want to get a sense of, the degree of the risk that was identified through that survey.
Sure. The first thing I want to say is by way of reassurance that we've had nearly 2,000 air tests since the beginning of this issue, and not one of them has showed a result above the WorkSafe limit for safe occupation. So we are confident as we can be, that for our staff, our volunteers, our visitors, that we have, in the areas of the building that are open, we have not presented an undue risk. The remnants of the asbestos that are there is most asbestos fibres in the dust. It's the leftovers of a removal job from the late 1980s or early 90s, and it is loose, it's not contained, which is why we have to deal with it. Whether that's by sealing it and containing it and kicking it down the road for somebody else to discover in another generation, or by getting in there and removing it now. That's what we're working through, what the costs and benefits, and sometimes just straight logistics of what's possible, as I described earlier. It's an extraordinarily difficult space because of the architectural shape of where it is, and the value and fragility of the things around about. But the risk must be dealt with, and it's, we can't know about it and then just look the other way.
We'd ask that. Councillor Watson, please.
Just a quick one, picking up on your commentary about, the relative decline in schools coming to the museum. I can recall back certainly a number of years ago where the museum had an incredibly successful Anzac Day, our Anzac exhibition, where busloads of students would take around, and sometimes quite often the whole year levels. Since that time, schools have become, in many instances, a bit more reluctant to go outside their gates. There's a lot of health and safety regimes and whatnot that make it quite a logistical exercise. Do you have any insight? Am I right in saying that's a factor? And secondly, is there any other things that are kind of making it more difficult for that really, valuable and very well patronised exhibitions used to have?
Certainly what we're seeing is that it is a whole range of factors. It's no single thing that we can change or that needs to be fixed. Some of the things are outside of our control in the school environment, where there's different pressures, financial and otherwise. And what we need to do, though, is respond to that and to try and retailor our programs to what's going to work for teachers. We have also been doing some work around teacher training. So we have evenings, sort of in-service training for teachers to help them with planning their visits and to think through what is going to make it easier for them. There are a whole range of things that have been highlighted by the review that I mentioned, and we'll be implementing those as quickly as we can between now and December, with a view to really a substantial increase from the beginning of the school year in 2026.
Thank you for that. Councillor Walker, please, you out there?
Certainly, I'm here. My apologies, Mr. Mayor, I'm not well. I did indicate that to officers, so I just wanted to put that on the record. And the observation, in addition to that, that I've not been responsible for the collapse of any quorums recently because I haven't been on the particular committees that had that, though I did actually attend one, but it failed, and I couldn't have made up the difference. So I've got a couple of questions, but first, commendations, David. You're responsible for a remarkable institution, and long may it succeed. So I have a question that goes to whether the Auckland War Memorial Museum could receive some funding through the Auckland deal, noting, as I've mentioned in the past, that the Auckland War Memorial Museum has more taonga, more treasures than Te Papa. I think considerably more visitation, both local and international. I have raised this issue, and I wonder whether the council, particularly under the leadership of the mayor, has actually put together the documentation for that. Has that happened? And if so, if not, why not? And that might be something that the mayor also might want to address. Thank you.
Phil Wilson here, Councillor Walker. The short answer is no, there was not a specific reference to museum funding provided for in the council's proposal. And I'd just make the observation, no stronger point than that, that the scope of the regional deal, our proposition, was signed off by the governing body, so it was not identified as a priority within that. It seeks to address other issues, not to minimise the importance of the museum.
Yeah, that said, Mr. Chief Executive and Councillor, there have been discussions with Minister Goldsmith about the role of the museum and the government relationship there. So it's not as if nothing has happened. That would be untrue. Thank you.
So back to my question as to whether or not a case has been put together. Have we done that? Because we have a great case, but I don't know that the government has ever received it. Have we put a case together?
We have had discussions with government about funding our cultural institutions, yes, and there are some ongoing discussions.
Okay, well, I would suggest that we do put a case together because it would be well received by Aucklanders and we should make it public. Otherwise, we just, kick the can down the road, which appears to be the case. I would also make the observation, just following on from David's comment, that the museum was funded by Aucklanders. It was funded by public subscription. There's an immense amount of goodwill, particularly against a background where this council was seen to be abidingly behind the museum, which I think is critical. So thank you again, David. You're welcome to make a comment around that.
Thank you for that, Councillor Walker. And it's sort of part of the RAFA debate, which we are talking to the government about. So your points are well made. Thank you. Councillor Bartley, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for your presentation. Just my observation of the museum is that it's very here and now and also in the past. Like I've been to exhibitions there, taken my niece and my nephews there. Black Grace, I went to something Black Grace held there. And then the Pasifika, I want to acknowledge all your work with honouring our Pasifika heritage and place here in Tamaki Makaurau, Aotearoa. And the online cenotaph, I've just been a little bit distracted because I went on there and I found my mother's grandfather, and he was on the ship that went to Apia in 1918, and that's how this Palangi soldier met my great-grandmother and started my mother's line. So I'm a little bit distracted because I'm on your online cenotaph, finding that history out. But my question really is, is that a deliberate strategy to not be static? That's my thinking. That's what I look at when I look at the museum. It's not static. There's always something new, but also the past. Is that deliberate?
It's absolutely, and it is one of the challenges of running a museum like ours, in that part of our audience enjoy coming because things haven't changed. There are things familiar, things they enjoy from past visits, and yet there are some portions of audience who don't visit because it hasn't changed. So we constantly not a tightrope, but just balancing those two things of having things that are reassuring and familiar and of the past, but also things that are provocative and challenging and talking about today's society, but also the questions we need to be thinking about for the future. And these are some of the things that are in our Path to 2029 strategic document, thinking about what kind of museum Auckland wants for the 2030s and beyond. Who do we want to be in 2029 when our building turns 100? And there are numerous proverbs about walking into the future with our eyes on the past. We learn from who we've been, we learn from the city that we've become, and have aspirations for who we want to become. And Auckland Museum wants to absolutely be providing space for those discussions, and those discussions in a respectful and informed way, not in a combative or polarised way.
Oh, malo lava. Well done. Thank you.
Very good answer. Thank you very much for that. Even in this room, there are those who want to change and those who want to stay as we were. So you're right. It is the public. I noticed your visitation. You've got nearly 1 million people coming through there. $5 a head's 5 million. I'm absolutely sure you got right there, because you're at 99%. People love you. You know, you might only drop to about 95, and there's $5 million, and a lot of ratepayers would love you even more as well. So I just throw that in there. At this stage, I'll take the vote. It's been proposed and seconded. All those in favour, please say aye. To the contrary, thank you very much for your presentation.
Sorry, Worship, I thought we were going to have comments. That was just questions.
Well, terribly like comments to me.
I'm happy to make another comment if that's available.
Is there still a difference?
Yes, there is.
Okay, well, this had better be a question, because your last one
Not a
sounded like a
question.
comment.
Comment.
It's a comment now. Okay, right.
Yes,
Sorry. Yeah,
all right.
right. Well, you can step back, you people, because it's a mere comment, and you are not allowed to be responding to these. So there you go. We have these strange little behaviours here, but
Kia ora, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Look, I just wanted to say that I really acknowledge and commend the museum staff and board for the work that they're doing. It's not lost on me that they are the holders and keepers of the largest Māori and Pacific collection in the world. You know, those are our taonga, our measina, our treasures. And so I'm really, really thankful as well that they are engaging and developing their very first ever Pacific strategy, Mā Tawhatafa Aho, and look forward to what comes out of that. Next week, on the 8th of August, I'm going along on a tour that's been funded by the wards in my ward, the local board, in my ward, with seniors who are for the first time going to the museum on a special guided tour. Many of them have lived their entire lives in this country and have served this country in many different ways. And for a lot of them, this will be their first time to engage in that kind of a tour and see those artifacts for themselves and be able to be told the stories and the histories behind them. So that's very special, and I'm really thankful to the local board for that opportunity. And I wanted to pick up on the reasons why they didn't or haven't gone to the museum in the past 50 years. And it is because that for many families in my ward, in the Manukau ward, there are costs that are prohibitive, like petrol, like parking, like food and everything else. So not having that cost at the door is a really, really good thing for the communities, the families, not just in my ward, I'm sure in West Auckland and in other parts of the city as well, and especially when we're going through a cost of living crisis. So I'm also very thankful that the museum has looked at, you know, what it would do to have a charge at the door, and as they told us today, they've looked at that several times, and they've concluded after looking at that and investigating that, that it's actually a better business model for them not to charge Aucklanders at the door, because when they come in, they'll spend money at the cafe and in other ways. And that's a better way for them to generate revenue than charging at the door. So I'm really thankful to the museum. I will be praying for them that these issues with the asbestos will be cleared up soon and affordably, and look forward to seeing them all next week as well. Kia ora. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Okay, I'll put that. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Contrary, carried. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. It's now 12:30. I'm going to take a risk of going back and seeing if we can get through item 9 before you have lunch.
Can I make a suggestion, Your Worship?
Yes.
We've got the union guys sitting outside, and you know Andy Baker, the champion of the unions. But I wonder whether it would be better to hear that item first, in the assumption that it might not be as long and winded and intricate as our quarterly report.
If the room's happy with that, I just wanted something that was relatively short to fill in before lunch, but we could even invite the union to join us over a bowl of soup we have today. And so, as champion of the soup eating union supporters, okay, on that basis, we're going to jump around to the item associated with that, which is number what?
11.
This is 12. As champion of the union, would you like to invite them in? And so we're going to do this now. Right. Here we are. Right. Welcome, Grant, Phil, Chris, and all those to the table. This is pretty good. You've done what we asked you, so thank you very much. I'm going to move this, and Councillor Philippine might like to second this, as he's had a bit of a... Councillor Philippine, would you like to second this? He just might. In his absence, the Deputy Mayor will, but we'll give Alf an opportunity. He has been a bit involved in this anyhow. Councillor Philippine works with us. Councillor Darby's was overseas at the time. An agreement will be signed at the first Tripartite Forum meeting. So, team, lead us off. Who's speaking here?
Thank you, Mayor. So you're being asked to approve the tripartite accord, which builds on the heads of agreement which was agreed during the RTP. The accord formalises the relationship between the Council, the Port of Auckland and the Port Unions. It sets out shared principles like mutual respect, transparency, commitment to health and safety. It establishes a tripartite forum, which we have structured out. It's not on. So as I was saying, that the forum it establishes a forum as well, which is a structure for how we will work together going forward. It was developed through a consensus-driven process, as evident by representatives from the port and the union here, and I worked well together to come up with this document. So it's really here to seek your approval and to delegate responsibility to the Mayor to sign it at the upcoming first forum meeting. And with that, I'll just pass on to representatives from the union and the port just to say a few words in support.
Thank you, Philip Doak. I'm the General Manager of People down at the port. Look, the turnaround at the port has been very successful. It's really been based on great relationships that we've built with the union and with the shareholder over time. So what this does for the port is to provide a bit of concrete to embed the principles that we've used and develop those relationships. We're very grateful for the opportunity. We think it'll work well.
Come on, Muns.
Yeah, kia ora koutou, ko Grant Williams toku ingoa. I'm the kai whakahaere for the Maritime Union of New Zealand Local 13, but not only in this capacity am I representing the workers at the port, also the Merchant Services Guild, also the Aviation and Marine Engineers Association, and Tempe. So not just ourselves, but other workers. I'd even go so far to as the non-union workers, customs, biosecurity. These are all the jobs that have been impacted from this arrangement. And I really want to take this opportunity to thank the Mayor and the councillors and this governing body for the decision they made in the past that's allowed us to have the relationship, show you that New Zealand management and New Zealand workers can give you international results. And you don't have to sell the family silverware to get it. And that's really one thing I want to thank all of you for that opportunity to, the proof is in the pudding. So we've been able to deliver the results by working objectively, communicating, and it's a real success. And I want to acknowledge all the councillors and all you officials. I understand the work that you do, and this whole process has given us an insight into the important work you do as a council and what's required as a community and as members or citizens of Auckland, ratepayers of Auckland, to get things done. So I just want to thank you all for that opportunity and that we recognise that the good work that this council has done. And this is a non-binding accord, but I'm hoping that the basis of the understanding and the relationships will show that it can endure for a long period of time. So thank you once again. Kia ora koutou.
Well, that's very positive, thanks. Seen of a long line of meetings and nodding, and even my grumpy mate there smiling, so that's a positive sign. He's been trying not to for ages, but I reckon I could beat him down. Councillor Furley wants to say something.
Question. Kia ora, thank you for that, and really glad to hear that, it is so positive. But my question is, because it's not legally binding or enforceable, what happens in the unlikely event that Auckland Council or one of the other parties, but I'm really interested to hear what happens if Auckland Council was to breach the accord? What remedies, if any, are available? Kia ora.
Well, I'll jump in here and you can come and save the day if I say something wrong. But the essence of it is the high performance, high engagement relationship. So the reality is we walk into it with our eyes open and having high expectations of not only ourselves but the other partners. So if something like that did happen, we would go back to square one, which is explaining the science, the maths, the economics, which is part of the argument that got us here in the first place, that we can run the port just as well as any other through, good management and good relationships. So it won't be It's not the end of the world. We're hoping that the relationships forged now and the way we've done it now will be robust enough and enduring enough that those types of things will not happen. And everyone will know what side their bread's buttered in the situation. That's my view.
Yes, I agree with what Grant has to say there, but the point of the accord is that it is defining how you go about doing things rather than necessarily what you are doing. So it's a very highly morally binding accord. It will come out, hopefully coming out of it, there might be legally binding decisions, but we have a colloquial saying that you can disagree without being disagreeable, and that's fine. We're not always going to agree. It will be hard work. We'll have to look at some very difficult issues, I'm sure. But just because we don't agree on a particular issue doesn't mean that the accord and the way that we approach issues can't be sustained over a longer period of time. And we believe that as a result of that, and we've shown we can get better results. So it's a bit of heart and resolve that goes into this from a moral point of view.
Yeah, this doesn't say there wasn't going to be any issues to be solved. This is the way in which we're going to do it. That was a good question from a lawyer, so that might we can solve things by
it's a
talking.
very Polynesian way of approaching decision making.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Ferry, out there somewhere.
Kia ora, and sorry, I'm not going to turn my camera on because I've unfortunately had to return to hospital and it's all a bit ugly to look at. I just wanted to ask if maybe a little bit of reflection from the port leadership and particularly from Grant around how you feel this reflects the evolution of progress at the port, because it's not that long ago that we had a very fractious relationship between the port managers and the workers, and we had lockouts and all sorts of things, and many of us will remember that, particularly in the first term of Auckland Council. So I wondered if you just would offer a quick reflection, please, on how this reflects that journey and where we've got to of a more collaborative approach that includes rather than excludes workers. Thanks.
Yeah, sure. This does reflect probably the biggest innovation that management have brought to the port around changes to the way that we relate to our workforce. And it was a conscious decision that Roger Gray brought, and it's been implemented by forging good relationships with the unions by, as Grant referred to earlier, being transparent. And so it's about getting the workforce and the people who are impacted by the issues more involved in the decision making, and having conscious processes that are uniform on how we approach issues at each time. So it's no surprises. It's the ability to sit down and talk with the union when we know that there's an issue that needs to be resolved, and to get the workforce, to provide their interests and the organisation's interests and try to reach a mutual solution going forward. I mentioned earlier that it's all about how we approach the issues, not necessarily what the outcome will be. We believe that if we approach the issues well together and we listen well, we'll get a better outcome. But I'll leave to Grant to say, how they feel about, how the unions feel about the approach. But we have had no industrial action over the last 3.5 years, and we've been able to get through some really difficult issues that have been left unresolved by previous management. And as a result, the port is performing well and has sustainable ways of dealing with the issues as they go forward.
I'll just, thanks, Phil. Just on that, when he says there's no industrial action from the union, I'd go the other way actually. We're putting in 100% industrial action all the time. It's just positive in the relationship, in the talk, in the communication. So it's just a different way of looking at it. But I'll get my esteemed comrade here to just provide some contrast of the before and the now, and if you could.
Look, a really good question. And I guess the best way to answer this and how we go forward now is that our workforce has real confidence that there will be no surprises and there is no hidden agenda coming from management. So they're now starting to feel very confident that they have a long-term future in the port as workers. And they're also starting to understand more that it's not being set up for sale and there is no other things in the outcome. And what they're understanding now is that the more that's returned, the better off they are, and the more that they're enjoying the social. They're feeling proud to be putting back into society, and that's so. Look, it's a very different atmosphere down there. If you worked in there, you know, I mean, I've been involved in the industry for a long time and through those lockouts and everything like that. But you can now walk into the workforce and into the mess room and see people smiling again, and I haven't seen that for 15 years. But we also have a very diverse workforce now too. It has a high majority of Pacific workers, Māori workers, and a far smaller Pākehā contribution, and that I think has been to benefit to all of the groups. But it's a bright future, that's my view anyway.
Thank you. I won't make a comment there later, but if I could just say, really, really appreciate the willingness that the union and the port management have come to this with, and your leadership on it, Mr. Mayor. And just to note, it might be something that we could learn from for some other parts of the council family. Kia ora.
Thank you very much for that. Councillor Lee.
I just want to make a comment, if I could, Mr. Mayor,
okay,
at the appropriate time.
Yeah, we'll put you down as comments. Councillor Watson, question?
Yeah, just firstly, really just put on the record appreciation for the leadership role the MUNs have played in recent times in terms of emphasising and capturing the importance of the port to the people of Auckland. So, you know, aside from the various groups involved for actually getting out there and representing the public interest, that was, you know, really appreciated. And I would also obviously congratulate everyone on how things are going, because it's great. The profits are up, there's great relationships, and our port is one of our real few bright spots. So thank you everyone involved in that. I just wanted to give a quick question on the accord itself, and particularly as it goes to the commitments, because, you know, the document is certainly a very positive document, makes some, you know, fairly highfalutin kind of commitments: mutual respect and consideration, commitment to collaboration, transparency, and no surprises. So I'm pretty sure that MUNs, there will be no surprises from MUNs, and they certainly won't be holding back and coming forward with everything. I'm thinking probably more of our involvement in terms of that no surprises commitment, which I think is really important. Obviously, I'm assuming that if there's any discussions or work beginning within council for anything to do with the port, that's out on the table right from the word off. Is that a fair assumption to make? Under this no surprises, and I say that because not in the port, but in some of the other aspects, there have been some big surprises at times. So I'm assuming any council-related work to do with ports is out in the open and brought to the attention of all the parties in the accord. Is that a correct assumption?
Yeah, that is a pretty accurate assumption. Any matters that involve the parties, the accord says that there is a no surprises policy, so we'll bring it to the parties.
At the very outset,
appropriate time.
Very outset.
Next question, Councillor Sayers.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yeah, look, I just want to ask a question around, I guess, the longevity, right? Because I'm getting the impression there's a lot of heart, soul, spirit being built up. A lot of that's intangible. It's just part of a culture now that's kind of changed and moved on, which is terrific. And sometimes that's due to both formal leadership and informal leadership, you know, around the site. So going forward, what safeguards are in there that it's protected like if a CEO changes or board changes or people on management change or people within the union leadership changes, those type of things, could there be a risk that it might, that progress that you've made so far could possibly be lost? So is there any kind of safeguard in there that you're able to share or know about, or how's it work going forward, I guess, so it stays strong?
Well, the real answer is there's no safeguard. It's all reliant on the genuine engagement of the parties involved, and for each one of them in the tripartite group to keep an eye on each other and keep each other honest. But I think the fact that we've wanted to go into this shows a willingness in the first instance, and then even though the accord's non-binding, like was brought up before, the expectation is that we will do our best to meet it. And I know it might sound a bit tentative or not rock solid, but what we also find is that it's more genuine and objective in terms of our engagement and more genuine. So there's no safeguard other than our willingness to help each other make this port work. It wasn't that long ago we were talking past each other, not listening, confrontational, and now that we've worked together, we had a workforce that was, there was branding issues with the port at the time and relationship with the workers. Now they can wear the ports of Auckland proudly, and that, Rogers and his crew's done a really great job in creating that trust. And I think once you've gone from one state to this state, it'll be, one, you're hypersensitive to a change, and two, you're not willing to, you don't want to lose it. So I think we've just got to keep the momentum up and keep an eye on each other and trust each other to play the game properly as, for the people of Auckland as grown-ups. There you go, that's my attempt at it.
Well said, thank you.
I think it's a very, very good answer, Madam Chair, and one that kind of gives me an impression, rightly or wrongly, that it goes far deeper than just the leadership. It's right down at the deepest levels inside the organisation that they want to hold on to and keep it moving forward. So congratulations, yeah.
Thank you, gentlemen. Look, there's no further questions, so I'll ask you to step back, and then I'll offer councillors an opportunity to say anything should they wish. Councillor Filipaina, the seconder of this resolution, would you like to lead off?
Tēnā koe, Deputy Chair. Kia ora koutou. I just wanted to acknowledge the Mayor, the Mayor's office, obviously the unions. Want to acknowledge the unions and those that have been involved in this. I remember the first meeting, Mr. Mayor, I remember the first meeting that we had in your office up in the meeting room. Oh, hello, Deputy Mayor again. I just remember that first meeting, and also the fact that I ended up on that on the discussion. So look, the environment with all the meetings we've had post that first meeting on level 27, can I just say that the environment there was one of honesty, and again, I just want to acknowledge all those, our facilitator that came through, Chris, I'm mihi to you and to the unions and the ports, and again, thank you so much, and look forward to what develops post the election in regard to this record. Ngā mihi kia koutou katoa to those involved. Kia ora, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks very much for that. I think we're ready to, Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and congratulations, and credit is due to your own role in this accord. Congratulations to the Chief Executive, Mr Gray, Port Management, and to the members, hardworking members, efficient, productive members of the Maritime Union of New Zealand. It is because of this radical transformation in relations between the company and its workforce that the workforce has become so productive and efficient that the Ports of Auckland is now commercially excelling, making well over $1 million a week. And of course, that's to the great benefit of this council and the people of Auckland, who are the 100% owners. The commercial excess is very much due to that positive relationship which this agreement signifies. Thanks to this relationship, hopefully we will not see the likes of the gentleman from Flagstaff Partners back again, nor the Sultan of Dubai, or Mr. Lee Ka-shing of Hutchinson's. So this augurs well for the future of Auckland. There has been a lot of talk about productivity recently, even around this council table. The government seems to be interested in productivity. When it comes to productivity, I think this council can learn a lot from Ports of Auckland and its workforce, particularly council construction contractors in terms of productivity and working smarter and efficiently and getting things done on time, on budget, can learn from what is happening with Ports of Auckland and its workforce. And I would make that point. So thank you for everyone involved in this arrangement. It certainly augurs well for Auckland. Thank you very much and congratulations.
Thank you for that positive note. Councillor Hills, please.
Thanks, Mayor. I just want to congratulate everyone really for this. I mean, I think one of the big things from this term is this agreement and also the progress for the future of the port. And I know that yourself and Max Hardy, previous Chief of Staff in your office, and others, you know, a few of us, myself, Councillor Henderson, Ferry, others, approached you pretty soon that the proposal was forward around the separation. And I know that proposal didn't come from this term, it actually started last term, and we were immovable. And I'm sure other councillors said that there was no way we were going to support. And to your credit and to others in the organisation and the port, you all worked towards a type of agreement that would, A, get the revenues you were looking for to help our revenues as well, but also have an agreement with the union, which I think is pretty groundbreaking. And I've mentioned it before in this place, that the relationship has completely changed. We sat in this room a number of times last term and the term before around the deaths, around health and safety. I remember asking questions around the business case for automation, and I got told by leadership at the port that it was none of our business and to butt out. We had a number of us asking questions about health and safety, and we were also told it was basically, you know, we were separated from the port and it wasn't our business. And I think this has completely changed. And to have the relationship with the port and the people doing the work on the ground and obviously well above the ground at times, you know, that dangerous work for our city to keep it going, and to have all those people around the table and have the trust of us, hopefully as well, working together is pretty significant, and it will pay long-term dividends, not only in the money, but in the health and safety ongoing, in the actual empowerment of those workers, but also the benefits of Auckland. And I think that don't underestimate what this term actually has done in a really positive way for the port. You don't have the headlines anymore. You don't have the negativity. You don't have the bashing heads. So I think from where we were even a couple of years ago, all the concerns about sale, that is all off the table, and this tripartite agreement will be long lasting. So I just want to acknowledge the workers, acknowledge the port, the leadership, the changes there, and of course, acknowledge ourselves and everyone who was really passionate about this, including yourself, Mayor. So thank you very much, and I'm really, really happy to see this progress. So thank you.
Okay, thanks very much for that. I'll risk putting this vote. No? Who else was there? Oh, Councillor Bartley, you weren't on the list. You must be retiring and we haven't missed you. Oh, no, Councillor Foley hasn't missed one today. Gosh. You know, when you do come, we get a lot. Now, Councillor Size, do you really... Out of 10, what you say now, you guys? Got to be good. Let's go.
Okay. Thank you, Your Worship, and acknowledge your leadership here. I also acknowledge Roger Gray and his efforts to take the port from their strategy of regaining their mana to now strengthening their mana. And that's a testament to how he comes and presents to us, and he's always number one firm about the safety of the port workers and looking after your people. So I acknowledge him for that. I want to acknowledge the port workers because of their work. That port turns over multi-millions in dividends to the city, which we don't have to take from, or we don't have to add to people's rates, because they are making quite a lot of money for the city. And I think Grant got it right when he said you don't have to sell the family silver. So that is really good to see the, what we're getting out of the port. But I also want to acknowledge the Pacifica element to this. And I'm really proud when I talk about the Port of Auckland and the staff, the workers, because 60% of the people on the ground in the stevedores are Pacifica, mainly from Tuvalu because of their seafaring experience. So, really want to acknowledge that. I want to acknowledge Vanessa Bates-Wolfgram, who always includes myself, Councillor Fully and Councillor Filipaina to the Pacifica events they hold there, celebrating their staff. So we go along and we meet everyone. And Tessa Aoelua, who's the General Manager, the only Pacifica in their senior management and woman, and her role as General Manager of the containers and engineering. So, great having Muns here, acknowledge Muns and all the work they do, and thank you to the port workers for what they do for the city.
That's a pretty good effort. Thank you very much, Councillor Foley.
Kia ora, Chair, and I just wanted to add my voice as well of congratulations to getting to this point, especially acknowledging Roger Gray, as we've heard from everybody else. I think he's really been the difference in this equation, acknowledging his ability to open up, reach out across to our unions and here to the governing body, and also mana whenua and our Pacific communities to make that very, very real difference on the ground. I have had the pleasure of going along to meet the staff, and the environment is so different from in the past when I've gone down for a protest, for example, just after the unfortunate death of a resident from my ward. So it's like night and day down there now, and I really appreciate the difference that our unions working together with our port management have made. I do want to also say, though, that this accord is very positive and I'm very grateful for it, but I do hope that it is in some way going towards future-proofing the ports for any future sell-off or lease-off as our final major strategic asset that is left in the hands of Aucklanders. I really hope that that's what this is. I'm not sure if it is because it's not legally binding, but I hope that it is. And I recognise too and acknowledge this Pacifica Polynesian way of working that you've established here, being able to disagree and not be disagreeable. That's my mantra as a politician. That's how I live my life here at this table, and reaching a consensus as much as you can, working together. Kia ora, thank you.
Okay, and lastly, Councillor Sayers.
Yeah, just to finish off, probably a slightly different angle. It's just I guess it's the workplace has been created for the people that work there, and the joy of people want to come to work and do a good job, and they want to feel like they want to go to work because it's a nice place to go and work at. So I don't think you could have created a better gift for the people down there on a day-to-day basis that they take home, they enjoy them, they take that home with them and strengthens their families. I know you can't really single out perhaps one person, because I've heard it's been a lot of trust and developed amongst a lot of people, but for somebody to bring it together and facilitate it is probably a very key role in all of this. So, Chris, I just wanted to mention you as to facilitate and bringing it together. Just want to acknowledge that. So well done, but well done to everybody, really. So thank you. Yeah.
Okay. I'm at the risk of, I'll say a teeny bit. I haven't had quite a lot to do with the workers at the wharf. Back when I played for Te Papa, I was only one of the two in the forward pack who wasn't a wharfie. So I've found it no trouble at all to be involved with this. I am going to move this. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, carried. And with that, we're going to break for a lunch until 1:45 because we've got to reset our system. And I would like to invite the four of you to join us for luncheon. And at the risk of alienating all the National Party voters, I'll have a photo with you guys. Okay? Thanks. Okay, all of those people who want to go home by 3:30, think about your 27 questions. Councillor Philly, you want to go home early? You haven't missed a question so far. I'm going to reopen and we are going to revert to item 9. For those of you who can remember what that was about, that was the quarterly report. And we've achieved we achieved our savings target, which is good news, but there's a lot more to do in the part of the organisation that was Iki Panuku as well as in the group shared services. It's good we're doing this quarterly report close to the end of the quarter, not 2 or 3 months later. So thank you, Ross and Karuna. Up to you, and I have some questions.
Councillor Dalton second.
Deputy Mayor and Dalton, okay. Ready, go.
Kia ora. So for the Q4 report, we will take it as read. Just a couple of things to note. As Ross mentioned earlier, the financial and non-financial results are preliminary and subject to audit adjustments per the usual process, with final audited results being released on the NZX late August with annual report adoption in September. The report has been put together from across the business, but we're happy to take any questions related to the report.
We're going to go to questions, and the first one up there belongs to me. And as the Chief Executive suggested several hours ago, for those of you who can remember, that it might be about asset sales at what the section formerly known as Iki Panuku, who achieved 11 out of 60 million and 14 out of 32 million. Can you hear me? Yeah. And I just think because that waiting until the market come right is not a good answer to that. I want to see a real progressive effort in the sales. We have just spent a whole lot of money on equalising or making fair the local boards, who are all going to say, oh, we haven't got enough money, but they're all sitting on assets which are underutilised. So in the last 2 days, I've had an asking the question, have we got a good stock take of property, used and unused? And I had one person who said yes, and the next person said no. So what is the answer? Do we have a good stock take of assets? And if not, why not, and when will we? So that's the first question.
So the team that have come across into the new property department do have a list of assets that are scheduled for sale, that have been approved. But as the Chief Executive said earlier, decisions were made due to market situations around whether to act on those sales at that time or to postpone them. And that will continue to be acted and by the property department and obviously be led by your decisions.
Well, it's not quite the answer I wanted. It's a list of what they have got for sale, but have we got a list of what we've got? Because the market know things that we've got, and things come just like complaints, opportunities come to the mayor. And I get opportunities presented of various bits and pieces of property which aren't on anybody's list, but we do owe them. And so property needs to be continuously for sale, even if you decide not to. And we've got to learn how do we deal with unsolicited bids, because people out there seem to know that we've got, that people inside here don't seem to know we've got. So that's a question. I'm looking, this is all leading to why did we only sell 11 of the 60 million, which was not the governing body's estimate, it was the estimate from the people who were going to sell it.
Okay, so I'll try and assist Your Worship. So again, I totally understand the broader point that's being made here, but, you know, in terms of that particular asset target, that was the list that was agreed around this table. The sale processes were progressed. They were ultimately, and I'm generalising here, they were ultimately stopped at the Eke Panuku board level because the judgment was that it was suboptimal to sell them at that time for that price when things might recover and we'll do better. Turning to the more general question, yes, we have a list of property assets, a fulsome list of property. In fact, we have a fulsome list of all of our assets. Part of the process, and we've discussed this in the context of what's happening with local boards currently, and I acknowledge there's an appetite amongst local boards for better advice and support in terms of considering how they optimise those assets. That's a good thing. They are seeking from us more clarity about what assets they've got, what condition they're in, and what they might sell, trade, etc. in their local areas to optimise what they've got. I'm interested in the sale proceeds. Frankly, I'm more interested in the assistance that provides in managing the downstream operating cost in relation to those assets. To the third point, we do have a formal process around unsolicited bids. I'd point you for reference to the procurement area where we do provide that. And finally, and more generally again, I've heard the message, the organisation has heard the message about being a little bit more commercial, a little bit more responsive in terms of what the opportunities are in the property space. That message has been given through into the property area, and things will move. But I do make the point that at the end of the day, there's a political dimension to most of these sale processes, and they can go as fast or as slow as you let them go when the decisions ultimately come through to you. So, heard the point, and that would be my response, Your Worship.
Well, that's quite a good response, but I think that one of the things that slows down sales is when people have an alternative form of funds. So we give Eke Panuku a budget of cash. They will say slow it down until things are better. If you give them no cash, they'll sell things. And property prices go up and down. And it's not only the fact that the price goes down at some stage, what you can buy for it, you get more at that same time. So buying and selling in the same market doesn't really matter so much. But I just want to see more innovation. I think that waiting for things to get better is not a managerial solution. If that's what a managerial solution is, we don't need the staff. We just wait till things get better. That's not managing. That's waiting for God, really. I do have another question. Two more. GS, the Group Shared Services, is making progress. And AI is circling out there. Are we doing any training for AI for the staff and even for the people around the table here? Some companies have climbed into it. And at a business meeting yesterday, I played a recording of my daughter's company's AI, and it blew everybody away. I played it to our guys. We can't do that, but we are a classic case of AI being a far better answerer of the telephone than what we've got, because AI will give you instant access to the files that the person's ringing about, whereas no human being can have instant access to all the files which we're dealing with. So are we doing it? What are we doing there? And do we have any budgets for it? Do we have any planning for it?
So, yes, the answer is yes, we are using it where it's appropriate, that we have teams across the organisation looking into it and taking advice, looking at opportunities where they are safe and appropriate, and the technologies team are looking at training across the organisation for staff in how we can safely and appropriately
Well, I think
leverage
that-
the advantages.
That's good, but you need some training to understand what it is even looking at. And so I think that next year, for those of us, some of us may well return, or some may not, but those back here would appreciate some AI training themselves, because it has quite an opportunity for even the documentation spread that we all face here. It allows us to make some use of the huge volume of information which we hold on our website, but it's bewildering. It's like reading the Bible. I don't know where to start, so I never have. But
Your Worship, we'll incorporate something into the elected member induction and development program. As Michael has said, there's some things happening in the organisation now. One of the things that's happening very shortly is that we're going to, and you can accuse us of being a little bit behind the times perhaps, but these things need to be handled a little bit carefully in our context, including, we've just had an item talking about high performance, high engagement, union relationships and what have you. I've got to be careful how this stuff is implemented in the organisation. We're going to develop some principles around that. There is discussions with the unions and what have you at the moment. I'm aware yourself in election mode have made some comments about customer services using AI. We have hundreds of people who are employed in that space, and I need to navigate that territory carefully, and will do so. But we will make progress. AI will be part of the future, done in the right way, in the right areas, at the right time for the organisation.
a good answer. Two small questions. I see that under temporary traffic management, we removed 7,500 redundant pieces of TTM. They might well be cones. I don't know what redundant pieces are. What happened to them? What did we do with those? Well, we don't want to replace them. That's moving them, not removing them. Removing them means they go to the landfill or melted down or something or other. Rather than, I have some sympathy with Councillor Watson and certainly finding they're all up there. Last thing, I went through here and on every page I kept thinking about this, the implementation of the changes to the CCOs is a very large piece of work, and I commend the Chief Executive and the management for tackling it. But the point isn't just to have people sitting at different desks. How do we embed a change in attitude? Because we've spoken to the senior managers who seem to have that, and then customers go along and meet our people there and they get the same. No, you can't do that. How do we do that? Is there any thoughts about that?
Yes, I've been quite clear, I think, with you that we're at a certain point in the change process. We've dealt with some structural issues and what have you, but there's more work to do, and that's part of a change process over the coming weeks and months. It does start with having absolute clarity about the direction at a management and leadership level. I think we've made good progress in that, and I referenced a workshop last week with those people to discuss exactly this in the sort of development space. It will roll out, and I'm not even remotely defensive about this, but there are aspects of the council role that sometimes involve saying no, or it's not tenable or permissible in that area. So I can't change overnight every experience being one of yes, you can do what you like in the region. That would be an abdication of our responsibility in terms of regulatory matters. We can make, however, experience of people dealing with us user-friendly. We can be clearer sooner in terms of what the development constraints are on areas and such like, and that's part of what we're doing. And wherever possible, if we can find solutions rather than just present problems, we will do so, and that messaging is clear in the organisation, I would like to think, and we put a lot of energy into the leadership levels understanding it.
Thank you for that. Councillor.
Thank you. Look, just going back to the properties, the real losses we're facing is deterioration of abandoned council properties that we're sitting on. I remember Mr. Stabak saying, I think it was 1,438 or something, ancillary council properties, as he put it, hanging around our necks. I've not seen I asked once for a list of them all grouped in local board area, if that's how they had to come. But, you know, I can name Project K at Huia, I can name the mill campsite in Piha, there's the Scout Den in Tirarangi, there's the Shelley Beach shop and campground in up on the Kaipara, on the edge of the Kaipara. They're sitting there empty, have been for years, going downhill. There's a lease agreement for the Shelley Beach shop, but it's so over the top, no one's picking it up, and there's also market pressures. So while this takes place, the real loss in value is as they deteriorate. And I've taken people out and visited some of these places, and I took Mr. Potter out and showed him some of these places. So if we're not using them, then we need a strategy, and we need a strategy that the governing body can work with the local boards to identify what because we do need to, if we're not using them, we might as well quit them and get what we can for them before they're worth nothing.
I think that's very good. I have to say I've given an example to the system to see whether it works. A lot of the stuff, there was a time before we got sensible about collecting development contributions where as a developer you could get away with giving a certain percentage of your land to the council and calling it a reserve. And there's always a shite that you can get rid of. And because it's got reserve on it now, everyone thinks that that's untouchable. But in fact, a lot of it's not being used as a reserve. That money could be used by the local board to take another person, buy some swings and slides and do something good. So I'm trying to get some fresh thinking out of this, which goes with what you're saying, I think.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I agree. I understand the complexities and the problems with trying to move this stuff on, but if we get caught in that limbo and they just sit there slowly deteriorating to a point of no return, then we've lost more than yeah. Thank you.
Chief Executive heard you. Councillor Stewart.
Yes, just sort of following on from what Councillor Turner was talking about, I was going to ask a very similar question, and I know it's something that is very close to the heart of Councillor Williamson. He loves information, so the more information you can give him, he'll spit it out and he'll tell you what it's costing us and what we could make out of it. And, you know, some of these residential properties that we've got across the region, you know, some of them we're renting them out, and so we're missing out on rates, and we could actually be making some quite, you know, they're just as residential rents. And then we've got a whole lot of property all over the Auckland region, and especially out near the Eastern Busway, something that Councillor Williamson will probably pick up on, that, you know, we have squatters in them, and when we've asked Eka Panuka or whichever department we think need the Eastern Busway or Auckland Transport or whoever, they, you know, that we say there's squatters in these some of these buildings, and they say, well, we can't move them. Well, I tell you what, we'd be far better to sell all those buildings, and even the derelict ones, would be better to sell them, make some money, get some rates in, and stop sitting on all these, as Councillor Turner was saying, all these buildings that are all useless.
I don't think it was a question, but it was very good to listen to. Councillor Sayers?
Yeah, thank you. Just two things around probably understanding the trends or movements in a couple of areas. One's going back to the AI, and Phil, do you have discussions at a senior leadership level about how AI might be able to be utilised around qualifying a building consent or a resource consent application so we don't get so many RFIs coming through? Is that part of a bigger strategy?
That is one of the areas that's being explored. Councillors may have noted a government decree to move in the direction of AI assessment of resource consents. The exact language they use for that planning process escapes me, but there are examples in the building consent and resource consent area where applications are initially assessed at least through AI, and there are moves afoot to look at how we could do something like that here. Yeah,
that's very good to hear. Thank you.
And I'll go one step further and say it may be that in due course we need to come to you and discuss further the investment that we need in technology in the organisation to make this transformation from where we are now to where, for example, that would have us in the future. We've got some investment, but it's pretty much tied to the core information systems in the organisation, and some of these other things represent a proposition that we may need to discuss next year in terms of budget. So I thank you for your enthusiasm in advance when we come to talk to you about what it actually costs.
Yeah, all right, very good, thank you. And Phil, this might be appropriate for you or not, or you can redirect it, but I'm sure it's the same for every ward councillor. It's very easy for us down to the dollar to find out how much our wards pay in general rates, targeted rates and uniform charges, a whole lot. That's easy to get from the organisation. What's impossible to get is the spend back into each ward, because there's some sub-regional projects, there's some regional projects, and the ability to be able to proportionate that, we don't seem to go down that exercise. But certainly when I was chairing the budget committee, it was very difficult for me to understand by ward of our total spend back what was going into each ward. I'm sure councillors and ratepayers are equally as interested in that. So is there any thought being given to that, Phil, about how we can do that? Multinational companies across countries can do it. I can't see why we couldn't make those same assumptions and calculations.
Well, we can look at it. I have serious doubts that it would make sense to do some of that budget information at a ward level. Obviously, an increasing amount of it is understood at a local board level, but not all, because some of it's cross-boundary and regional in nature. So, I think you would follow that carving up the budget purely for that purpose at a ward level, when those boundaries differ from local board boundaries, for example, would be quite onerous and expensive, I think, for probably, some value, but not a huge amount.
I don't think maybe it doesn't have to be by ward.
No, probably goes to Councillor Lee's point at other times about the growing misalignment between ward boundaries and local board boundaries, but that's a discussion for another day.
It is something we've been asked about many times in the past, and our assessment's generally been that the level of assumptions and that you would need to make to apportion it are so high that it creates sort of an artificial accuracy. Most of the services we provide that are net rates funded are network services, and they only work as a network. They don't work in geographic isolation. And then the last key point, I suppose, is also that just because someone pays rates in one part of the city doesn't mean that they don't work in a different part of the city or recreate in another part as well. So, but thank you.
Councillor Watson, please.
Just following on from the asset sales questions, this council has been involved in what has been a fairly fulsome asset sales program for much of the last decade, if not longer. So I think, and I don't know how many other properties are out there. There's probably a few. I don't know if we're down to hocking off the dead ball areas at Stanmore Bay Reserve or whatever. But what would be useful, I think, Mr. CEO, and you certainly gave a very considered and appropriate response, I think, if we could have some looking backwards just to see how many assets have been sold, because they are substantial. And to the Mayor's point, I guess it is useful to see what is left if we're going to be old Mother Hubbard and, you know, strip the cupboard bare. So I make that request because it's useful to get some longer term view of how that asset sales program has gone. My question it goes to the notion of unsolicited bids, or however you might like, inquiries, however you might like to categorise them. One of the factors that seems to have sparked the whole North Harbour Stadium debacle was such a bid or inquiry from some entity to get, you know, some land there that would have suited them. I just wonder what the protocol is then if these bids are coming in for public assets, and in some cases like that, sensitive public assets. Do we have any protocol in terms of notifying any elected personnel or anyone else, or do we just have to wait 2 or 3 years down the track when that's out for public consultation?
Thank you, Councillor. I won't comment on North Harbour. There is, I think I referenced, there is a unsolicited bid process that we have. I think what I might do is circulate that and perhaps a bit of commentary on it after this, so it's understood. It will always ultimately end up back with you for decision, and probably in a shorter time frame than the one you just indicated. Yeah.
Thanks, Phil. I guess my concern is that when it does come before us, as was the case with the stadium, was informed with 2 years' work of private consultants and goodness knows what, incurring a cost, not to mention reputational damage when then it did get out. So I just make that point. Thanks.
Oh, very well. Good point. We've celebrated the excellence for the wharf, which all came from an unsolicited bid as well. Councillor Walker, please.
Sure. And just confirming that I haven't had any altercation with the bus this morning. I just want to make that absolutely certain. Though, as I mentioned earlier, I have been crooked today, and I hope that's noted. Couple of questions. One that goes to the use of AI, and I thoroughly endorse that. Will we have a situation sooner rather than later where AI will have access to all of the council agendas and reports, so that we've got a far better search facility than what we have now? Because right now our search facility is very, very poor, to say the least. And ideally a situation for councillors where there is also a separate but related facility that would include confidential items. I ask this because it would dramatically enhance the efficiency of councillors, local board members, and also members of the public. So that's my first question.
Councillor, I can see Andrew in the back of the room who's going to either nod or shake his head if I get this wrong or right. We of course are moving to a new system post-election. That system has new search functionality, I think based on AI technology. But in any event, people, councillors included, should be able to have a better experience in terms of searching content, in terms of agendas and minutes. Maybe I'll leave it there, Councillor Walker.
Okay, I've got a further question that goes to this, and will this facility also embrace the council-controlled organisations? And by way of an example, I've had an outstanding question that now goes back some years, where I've asked for separated financials, cost and revenue centre based, with some detail, on the stadiums that are managed by Auckland Unlimited. Now, I still have not had any information that's at all adequate, and the facility that was provided, I can't even remember the name of it offhand. Councillor Williamson could probably assist me there. It was just woefully inadequate in terms of addressing the information. So there's a real need for this. I'm really tired of asking for some of this information and not getting it, for not the right reasons, because I know that the information exists. So going back to my question, will this embrace the CCOs?
Councillor Walker, I'll have to come back to you on that. I suspect the answer is no, or at least not by specific design. But I think your question deserves a more fulsome answer, and I'll have to come back to you outside the meeting.
Okay, well, in that respect, I would strongly recommend it, because most people out there, members of the public, don't make too much of a distinction between the CCOs and all of council. They make the assumption that the CCOs are council-controlled organisations, and that there's a pool of information that's available to councillors and should be members of the public generally. So just like to stand by that. The other question I've got just goes to the matter that Councillor Watson just raised around unsolicited bids and the imperative of making that information available. So by way of example, there's been an unsolicited bid by Golf Warehouse, GOLF, for the Takapuna Golf Club location on and in A.F. Thomas Park. Now, my understanding is that there's significant misinformation in that unsolicited bid, but regretfully, these bids come in, they're not challenged, the information lies on the table, is looked at by council officers, and may have some influence. So I'm raising a specific example, and it goes to the no surprises policy that we have, where certainly at the very least, in this instance, the ward councillors and the councillors north of the bridge and those taking an interest in issues like this should have that information. And frankly, if it's not confidential, so should members of the public, so they know what's going on behind the scenes in the interest of transparency. And it's ever more important because there may be even conflicts of interest inherent in that particular example. So how are we going to get on around these unsolicited bids, Phil, and how quickly will we address this circumstance, because it's coming up with alarming regularity?
Respectfully, Councillor, I think there's quite a few what-ifs and specifics in that question, and I don't think it's appropriate to answer it. I don't have the information about the particular one you're talking about. All I can do is answer it in the same way as I answered Councillor Watson's question, which is to say we'll clarify the detail of that approach around unsolicited bids for you, and we could have a discussion on the basis of that later.
Good question. Unsolicited bids are good and bad. They often alert us to things. We don't want to be in a position where we can't accept a good one just because there might be a bad one floating around. So I want to have a grown-up version of this. I suggest we have that at one of the value committees run by Deputy Mayor. It's the right place to have a discussion about this, or maybe even a workshop, because just banning it is ruling out a whole lot of options. And for every bad one, there's a good one. As I just say, that wonderful work at the port came from an unsolicited bid. Yep. Okay, I didn't mean to open up such a can of worms. You can step back. I think we've had a debate just about as well as questions, but if there's any person who cannot control themselves, Oh, no, I didn't mean that. Councillor Newman, you've got an opportunity. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Your Worship. Look, it's just a comment actually, not a question, so are we on to comments, are we? Well, look, I just want to thank the officers. I think it's quite a good quarterly performance report. That's great. Just to correct a couple of things, so I think if we're going to have a conversation about divesting open space, we're talking about reserves that have reserve status under the Reserves Act, and there's quite a process for revocation for that if that were to be the case. But more to the point, Your Worship, I mean, we have, and I know it's probably a fiddly thing called process, but we've just adopted an open space strategy, recreation plan, what have you. It's 98 pages long. It's a consolidation of many other things. We only did that about a month or two back, and I don't really think that the conversation is helped by going through an inventory of shards of land that ask Phil to sell in the fire sale. Secondly, sell to whom in the fire sale? Because if you're selling it to a land banker, I don't think it's necessarily going to see development immediately. I think that there is actually a need for us to have a conversation about unsolicited bids, because I really want to know what's going to happen following the exit from Bill Foley and Mowbray in relation to Western Springs. That would be a good conversation to have. Now, that didn't happen in this quarterly performance period. That's happened subsequent. But I don't think we're going to get a report on that before the election. Maybe we are, but I think we should. And the other thing, Phil, is I think that fundamentally there is the way to address issues with respect to the state of the facilities and whether we are properly funding them is to continue to deal with the issue of depreciation. That is the way to deal with these matters. I don't think it can be resolved any other way. And if we continue to look to fund these assets, then it should put more pressure on people if they want to go on hike rates or everything else, because they won't be able to, because quite frankly we will have funded business as usual well. So that would be my approach, Your Worship. I wasn't going to speak this afternoon, but I think that if you want to talk about a list of things that local boards have to sell because they're not very efficient, I think we just need to have the context for how some of those land parcels are held and the rules around that. Thank you.
Good, thank you. Land is money and money is land. Good. Reserve money. Okay, it's been moved and seconded, has it been? That's excellent. It was so long ago, I forgot. All those in favour of receiving this report, thank you very much for the work that's gone to that over the quarter, Michael and Karuna. And
Aye.
Jump from item 9. Who was that? Look at me. What did I do? Hey?
You bashed the mic with your paper. It's all right. Carry on.
Well, suddenly, I'm sorry those who had a heart attack or woke up. What item are we on to now?
Item 10.
Shit,
Water Services Delivery Plan.
Well, it's been put in terrible order. Right, found it. Welcome the two representatives from Healthy Waters here to discuss with us. I haven't quite finished yet. Shit, why didn't you put these? Right. This is all about stormwater and decisions we made last year as well as through the LTP and the annual plan. There's a bit of explaining to do about the finances and how it all works for Auckland to fit into the government's one-size-fits-all template and how it's just stormwater, not everything else. The government have produced a very tight template that works very well for water care, but it's forcing Healthy Waters to go through the same template, which is quite difficult. Doesn't actually fit that well. So Mark and Craig, it almost needs a change in title, really, to be just the Stormwater Services Delivery Plan, because it says a water service delivery plan for Auckland, and it kind of leads you to the idea that it's covering other things. And I read it carefully, and whilst it doesn't quite do that, it flirts with the idea of someone thinking it's covering those other bits. But it's very good. I've read it all, and I think it's very good, and I look forward to hearing you explain in detail the Stormwater Services Delivery Plan. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. Kia ora, councillors. I also have Craig from Healthy Waters here with me, and he can talk through any of the specifics on stormwater elements. So under the Local Government Water Services Act, there's a new requirement for all councils to produce delivery plans for the 3 waters, with the first plans due to be submitted to DIA for approval in September. The intention of these are to verify that each council has adequate and financially sustainable delivery model for these critical services, as well as meeting regulatory standards and supporting planned growth and development. These plans are similar to an LTP, but just for water activities. They need to set out a credible investment plan informed by our AMPs, growth projections, and how this will be paid for. Watercare have been completing a water services delivery plan for their water supply and wastewater activities alongside their work on financial separation and the charter, which leaves council with the legal obligation to complete a plan for that stormwater activity. As there is currently no intention to change how stormwater is to be delivered in Auckland, we've agreed with DIA that we will complete their plan template using the stormwater information from the existing LTP as updated by the more recent annual plan. As the Mayor outlined, the template isn't quite fit for purpose as it has sections for water supply and wastewater that we have had to leave blank, and it presumes that stormwater services are delivered in a way that is completely financially separate from the rest of council, with separate borrowings, separate rates, etc., which is not actually the case here. DIA are, however, comfortable with our approach in reflecting our existing stormwater information into their templates, and they see this also as a helpful disclosure exercise. The next iteration of the stormwater plan will be a key strategic document and reflect any significant future changes to the delivery of stormwater services for Auckland. So today we are requesting that the governing body adopt the proposed delivery plan for stormwater, as well as delegating authority for completion and submission of the finalised plan documents to be certified by the Chief Executive to the Mayor and Deputy Mayor. Did you want to add anything, Craig?
No need to add anything at this stage. The real rubber's going to hit the road when we prepare our risk management plan, which is the important document that relates to ongoing risks, but we'll be given another, we think at least another couple of years to pull that plan together, and I see that key conversation actually occurring through the next LTP. That's the work that we're really focusing on at the moment, because all this plan is doing is really just restating what's in our current LTP and our current annual plan. And that's not really the debate going forward. The real debate going forward will be the level of investment required to support the long-term future, but that's not the conversation for today. Kia ora.
Thank you for that. I think you got to the nub of the fact that it didn't quite fit with the template was aimed at Watercare, where we've separated their balance sheet and do they have enough with their multipliers and whatnot again to show that they can be. But basically you're actually only a small but important part of our thing, but as part of us, you're relying on a balance sheet which is covering a hell of a lot more than just what you're doing. So it is a bit tricky. So that was a bit I was raising with people, but I've got questions from Baker, Newman and Turner. Councillor Baker, please.
Thank you. And so, I mean, I get the whole point. This is, a significant focus on the urban stormwater network, but I'm worried that we don't see a lot, because in a lot of places, and so like Pukekohe in terms of and Warkworth and other places, the rural stormwater system, which isn't part of our
network actually impacts considerably on the urban stormwater network. And so I note in the attachment, it talks about that rural is reliant on service level agreements with Auckland Transport. But how can we, through this document, infer the importance of the continued maintenance of the rural stormwater network by the roadside drains, which haven't been touched in some instances for 15 years and are causing urban stormwater huge problems?
Question?
So because we're a unitary council, our stormwater budgets all take a whole of catchment approach, looking at both urban and rural. We don't separate out urban and rural. So all of the budgets in the Water Services Delivery Plan are both urban and rural budgets. And so effectively it's signing off for now on our current level of investment, including rural. Although the other councils around the country are in a different kettle of fish because they won't be reporting on. So it's accepted by DIA that rural is part of our core business and we need to continue with our whole of catchment approach to how we solve problems.
But is that, because I've read through it and I've tried to read through it and try and find where it is that we actually give some, I guess, priority, or not priority, we give equitable attention to that rural network whole, you know, in terms of the whole of network to that rural area.
Well, our standards don't differentiate between, our flood protection doesn't differentiate between urban and rural. We just look at the risk that we're managing in each catchment and make it a judgment call based on that risk.
I think you raised a good question there, and I think that with us becoming a road controlling authority, particularly in rural areas, we'll be able to allocate the appropriate between the road and the stormwater to make sure that we cover the thing properly, because the road is the actual stormwater in the rural areas. Councillor Newman, Councillor Turman, and then Councillor Hills.
Good afternoon. Can I ask? So good that DIA is interested in the council's stormwater asset management plan to the extent that we are able to provide one that's up to date and based on the best information possible within the catchments. What level of information does DIA have or understand in relation to the impacts of unplanned growth through plan changes and consent applications which trigger marginal effects on the existing network?
I think the short answer to that question is probably very little at the moment. It's obviously of significant concern to this council, the impact of these projects, but all we can do at the moment from a business point of view is just deal with the situation on a case-by-case basis as these situations arise, because by their very nature they're not planned, because we're not the ones that are in the driving seat. These are typically third-party developments that could well be going through a different process, so we can only deal with them at this stage on a case-by-case basis.
Okay, I like what's been prepared, and it's appended in attachment A, the plan as you propose. I suppose the key thing for DIA, over and above them knowing what the asset management plan says about this network, is their understanding of the need for the developers to have to pay the appropriate price for the new infrastructure and the connections into that network, given the effects of their growth.
Yeah, so the key document you're referring to there is effectively the funding plan to support the asset management plan. So the asset management plan is very much an engineering, risk-based approach to investment. Then the secondary question is, well, how are we going to pay for this? Is it going to be out of general rates, targeted rates, or is it going to be out of development contributions or some other form of infrastructure charge surrounding growth?
Thank you. Councillor Turner, please.
Thank you. On the back of those questions, Councillor Baker kind of answered my one, but I understand how complex, well, I don't understand, but I know it's complex and there's multiple factors coming into your decisions. But out there in the face of the public, you know, you go out into the rural areas or into the city areas, and when you're trying to find the person who's responsible, the department who's responsible for the issues you're looking at, no one will ever take ownership. Like, I always thought that it was Auckland Transport out in the rural areas. You've just said it's a catchment-wide understanding. Will what we're developing here bring more clarity? Will it give me some sort of piece of paper that has a matrix on there of where it all fits together?
So when we're talking about the role of Auckland Transport in the regional area, the stormwater network that they're responsible for is the stormwater network that supports the roading network. So where there's a catchment where the waterway flows through the catchment and the road just happens to be in the way, and so there's a culvert under the road to get the water from one side to the other, that's not an Auckland Transport responsibility, that's a Healthy Waters responsibility, because the stream was there before the road, and effectively the mechanism to get the water from one side of the road to the other is through the culvert. So our accountability is looking at the whole catchment. The big change in the legislation, of course, is that under current legislation, private streams are not deemed to be a responsibility of council. Going forward, both private streams and overland flow paths, where they are of significant risk and where the circumstances of that catchment are probably that the upstream development has caused an increase in flows, that responsibility is then going to fall on council to maintain that asset as part of the network. And that's why I'm signalling the need to revisit our whole way that we look at our network from a risk point of view, because there are a whole lot of current risks that we're sitting in the... So we get many private stream owners at the moment who say, look, it's not fair that we maintain this bit of stream, because council's gone and issued six resource consents upstream from me, and now the flows have doubled in the stream in my backyard. So the legislation now makes it quite clear that in those scenarios, that council is going to have to take some added responsibility over and above what currently exists in respect of those waterways.
Okay, thank you. But by far the majority of conversations I find myself in is about the water running parallel with the road through those miles and miles of roadside channels.
Yeah, and that is an Auckland Transport accountability, because it's that the stormwater's come off the road because the stormwater's come off the road in the first place.
Well, that's the first discussion you have, is did it come off the road or did it come from the environment beside the road?
Well, within the road reserve, if it's coming off the road reserve, it's clearly an Auckland Transport responsibility to maintain those road drains.
So, Mr. Mayor, that's where we need clarity in some of this documentation, something where everybody involved, from Mr. McElroy to me down to the worker, can say, here's the rule. Because, you know, we've got the situation where under the road, the second discharge pipe out of the cesspit is actually Healthy Waters, correct?
So we have a service level agreement that's drawn up between Healthy Waters and Auckland Transport that does their best we can to define the responsibilities and the accountabilities in relation to what sits with Healthy Waters, what sits with Auckland Transport.
I think that you're onto something here, both of you, and us becoming a road controlling authority will lead to one way or another. It won't matter much because it's still both the council, as long as the problem's met. But at the moment, both parties are trying to avoid the problem. And so we have situations where the culvert goes under the road, which is theirs, and then Auckland Transport lift the road, which removes the emergency flow across the top of the road. In councils where you're in control both, the roading rules are that the road will dip over a culvert, so in the event of the culvert failing, it will cross the road at that point. What we've got at the moment is an event of the culvert being overfull, it turns right and floods a whole lot of houses. And then whose fault was that? And it must have been ours because we're a council controlling authority, but we're not really. So I think that the move is going in the right direction. I think that the answers that Craig has given us indicate a very good understanding of the issues that he is facing. And I think that hopefully the planners via the chief executive will pick up on the thing is that any upstream stuff on private streams has an impact on us now. So we'll be forcing those upstream people to pay suitably large development contributions to cover the fact that they've accidentally increased a risk which we didn't have before. So it's complex. This is a very good report. It kind of covers a lot of that stuff. I have confidence in what these guys are doing. I still think it should be changed to being the Stormwater Services Delivery Plan for Auckland. Makes it clearer, even if that's not what you're told to do by DIA. Very good so far. Richard Hills, please.
Kia ora. It's probably a little bit operational, but, you know, for the new council or even some high level today, I think we need a bit of a 101 of what expectations are, because especially since the floods, there's been an expectation that everything causes a flood and doing 1,000 things a day will prevent a flood. For instance, the 98,000 catch pits, I'd love to know what it means to clear them every week, because I'm assuming it's about $100 million. So just to preface this, the team on the shore tell me the 36 hotspots have been empty, the trash racks have been cleared, they get done monthly, we do this monthly, but actually if we did clear every single grate in the area, it wouldn't have made a difference because those areas don't flood. Do you have any comment on how we represent that in this work going forward? Because it's not, the levels of service are based on fact rather than just treating every single catch pit as the same level of risk.
So what we'd love to do when we have the new council come on board as part of that whole induction process, we'd actually like to have the ability to sit down with everyone, both the governing body and the local board members, and just explain to them exactly how the stormwater network operates, and particularly in light of the new legislation, which will be in place by then, exactly what we are accountable for, how we go about assigning a risk-based approach, what that's going to mean for relative investment programs going forward. It's not straightforward, and it's actually quite a significant shift from where we are today. And at least for the first time, see, the problem in the past is there's never been a proper definition of stormwater. And for the first time ever, we've now in law got a proper definition of stormwater, which is something we've been pushing for a long time. It means we can actually make sensible, prioritised decisions about where we need to invest our money, what risk, what problem we're fixing. And I think that requires everyone to be on the same page. So the opportunity to get everyone in a room and sit down and talk through these issues, I think it will be very helpful at the start of the political term.
And do you think we could also have sort of a triage of expectations? So the road will flood by design at a 50-year, or, you know, those types of conversations, because I think when people see water on the road, they see it as a failure, but actually a lot of your stormwater, as I understand it, is designed to flow across or through, or, you know, that's by design. And I think
so. The largest owner of the stormwater network in Auckland is Auckland Transport. So more roads form part of the overland flow path system than any private land, and so that's the reality. Which is why things like stormwater quality and the way that quality gets managed is so critical, because of all of the material that comes off the roads from things like brake linings and the like. If it's not managed properly, that will end up in the receiving environment. So yes, having that conversation around, the reality is, and it's a bit like the parks, for 99% of the time it can just be a road. But for that 1% of the time an extreme event, unfortunately it becomes an overland flow path. That's the way the network's actually been designed to operate.
Thank you. And just on the, and I see you've got some comparators in here, and I'm assuming it becomes a bit more directive, but on business cases on to choose such a blue-green network or a making space for water project or a wetland versus pipes, do you factor in the depreciation and replacement cost of the, because often people will say X project is more expensive because it might need more maintenance, but you might actually save money over time and pipes, or I don't know what that is, but
So any business case has to take a whole of life risk adjusted approach to what is the best option. So it's not just what's got the lowest capital cost, it's what over a 100-year period has got the lowest whole of life cost associated with it as well.
Okay, so you might have coming to the next LTP kind of option A, B, C, the levels of service and what that means, because I think people just assume we can do everything and it's free or something.
Look, what I can tell you with a high degree of confidence is we can't pipe our way out of the future. No one can tell me in 100 years' time what are the stormwater flows that we're going to have to manage. If you look back 100 years to where we are today, no one would have predicted the type of flows that we're seeing today and the type of climatic conditions we're seeing today. Only Nostradamus can probably tell us what it's going to be looking like in 100 years' time. So the beauty of an open channel approach is that you can have more a pipe's got a very constrained capacity, and once you've exceeded that capacity, you're into an uncontrolled overland flow path. At least with an overland flow path designed from the base, you can accommodate for some exceedances in that overland flow path far easier than you can in a pipe network. So we believe very strongly in healthy waters. Piping is yesterday's solution. Overland flow and moving back to a nature-based solution is where we need to take our network in very high-level terms.
Exactly. Dips in the road above pipes. Always a good solution. Councillor Walker, please.
Oh, got a couple of questions. One is just around how much this water services delivery plan for stormwater embraces the stormwater requirements for the the big flood events, the super flood events. So does it go there, Craig, or is it more the business as usual stormwater that we do?
So the plan that you have in front of you today, Councillor Walker, is reflective of what's in the current Healthy Waters Asset Management Plan, which is then reflective of what's in the current LTP and the current annual plan that's just been approved, which, as you know, was adjusted because of the impact of the Category 3 buyouts and the fact we had to scale back some of our future blue-green initiatives. All I'm foreshadowing was that in the future, we're going to need to revisit those plans because Council, through the legislation, will be taking on some additional risk that's not currently on Council's books. And so it's our job to put those options back in front of Council as part of the LTP to highlight what our alternatives are, what the cost implications are, both CapEx and OpEx, so that can then be factored into a council decision, not only looking at stormwater priorities, but looking at how those priorities sit around other priorities that council will be facing.
Okay. So the other question I've got that goes to stormwater is particularly for flood events. Increasingly, we're looking to use other assets like reserves and conceivably other parts of council to help to deal with stormwater, perhaps by way of detention, perhaps through other techniques. So is this water services delivery plan for stormwater integrated with those other aspects of council that would comprise reserve issues and so on?
To the extent that they're covered off in the current asset management plan, yes, but obviously as we're moving into a future of bigger and brighter storms, we're going to need to look at all of our current networks and their ability to cope with climate change moving forward. And so that means that the use of things like council reserves for stormwater detention will only become more and more common over time, or the extent of detention will become even greater as the intensity of the storms increases.
Okay. The other question I've just got through you, Mr. Mayor, is quite obviously a significant amount of the stormwater in a storm comes off residential and commercial property and the like. I'm assuming that this water services delivery plan for stormwater makes the assumption that those aspects of stormwater management that could include on-site detention, alternative ways of dealing with stormwater on-site are dealt with separately. Would that be the case?
So those are what we would call demand management initiatives. What they don't do, of course, is deal with large events. You can control the stormwater that might come down on a relatively small event, but when you get a really large event, you're pretty much guaranteed 100% runoff from the whole area, because there's no detention system that's going to be built that's going to be large enough to deal with the types of flows that we're talking about in the extreme events like we had in January 2023.
Okay, got it. So my last question just goes to, obviously daylighting and the like that I support, but also the matter of detention, which in a significant storm event, when it fails and is overtopped, you then have a worst case scenario. And my understanding from looking at many cities overseas is as much and all as there may be a possible aversion around pipes and the like, in order to deal with some of these super events, quite often that's a solution that's required, because the detention doesn't cut it, and in some instances may even exacerbate the situation.
Well, that's why we go through a comprehensive business casing process, because you have to treat each situation on its individual merits. In some cases, the solution will be larger detention. And just as an aside, by the way, those detention structures under legislation are now treated as dams as well, because they're effectively temporary dams when they're full of water. And so you've got to meet all of the New Zealand dam safety legislation as well, which is a very stringent threshold. That in itself needs to be factored into any decision on business casing.
That strikes me as a damn hard issue.
Thanks, Craig. We'll go on to Councillor Bartley, please.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for the report. I just wanted to ask about risk. And further in the attachments in the plan, it goes about that the risk that future investment levels in stormwater infrastructure may outpace the growth of revenue funding. So some of the examples they mentioned there are ageing infrastructure, replacement needs, community demands for improved service levels. I was wondering if there was a way to kind of mitigate or anticipate that, to kind of mitigate the risk.
So that type of analysis is what we want to bring back to you as part of the next LTP, so we can explain what the various alternatives are around investment scenarios, what risks they're going to be mitigating, which risks they're not mitigating. It's unfortunately not simple. It's going to be quite complicated, and I guess it's my job to put it in a way that we can then go out to our communities and explain what the various options are going to be, because there's many, for any stormwater problem, I can assure you, there's always more than one way to skin the cat. So we just have to be very open and honest with our communities about what level of service we can provide and what the implications are, and how we then would look, what levels of investment we need to do to provide a different level of service.
Okay, cool. And then I also see a lot is dependent on the ring fencing, because this is so vital. But I suppose, how do we protect it from political interference?
Yeah, good question, Councillor. So as I mentioned at the outset, we have ways of meeting the intent of ring fencing without giving a separate bank account and a separate checkbook to the stormwater activity. And what we've demonstrated through the plan is that there are sufficient revenues and sufficient sources to fund that investment level. So it gives the same intent of ring fencing as it would of creating a separate entity with separate bank accounts, etc.
The one thing we haven't talked about at all, and I don't think any of us know when it's going to happen, is theoretically Three Waters is going to be subject to economic regulation, which is the Commerce Commission. Now, I don't think for many, many years they'll be wanting to regulate stormwater through an economic instrument because it's incredibly complicated, and I don't think they've got the right. You'll need a whole lot of different skill sets until you can start measuring the social and economic and environmental risks, etc., associated with all of these investments. I've got no idea how you apply a economic regulation regime. It doesn't happen anywhere globally at the moment. Whereas water and wastewater are piped, they're effectively a piped, a closed network, where we are effectively an open network. And so it's quite different. And I just don't know how you would provide economic regulation to an open network, which is subject to so many externalities. So look, but that's a future issue. Stormwater is honestly not even on the table at the moment. The real focus is on water and wastewater, and probably in that order. Water is more advanced than wastewater, and then stormwater is way down the future at some stage.
Lee, please. Councillor Lee.
Yeah, thanks, Craig, and I'd acknowledge the work that Healthy Waters did in Noah Street, Grey Lynn, to rectify flooding of houses at the top of the hill, which is kind of surprising. There's a major problem at the bottom of the hill, as you would know, from what happened back in the anniversary day floods. An issue, and it was alluded to before, I believe, in Councillor Turner's question, is over the ownership of catch pits and drains associated with the road. It's sometimes assumed, and I've heard this several times, that part of the drainage system is actually owned by AT. Well, it's not. Must be owned by Auckland Council. The Act sets up what AT owns or is responsible for, and it's certainly responsible. Its first item of responsibility is Auckland's roads, as defined by Section 351 of the Local Government Act 1974, which means the road itself, not what's under the road, drains or culverts, catch pits, or power cables, etc. So, in your view, is this understood by AT and Healthy Waters that they own the roads, you own the drains? Is that clear?
In actual fact, you can't have a road without catch pits. You can't build a house without spouting and downpipes. It's no different. So the water that comes off the road is part of a road. It's as much a part of a road as the subbase is part of the road. I'm very confident in making that statement.
I'm a little bit concerned about that because the whole purpose of this painful city's Auckland super city reform was to get rid of silly niggles like that. The fact of the matter is, legally speaking, Healthy Waters, Auckland Council owns the drains, the catch pits, the culverts, anything to do with stormwater. And the idea that AT has something to do with it is just nonsense, and it's the sort of bureaucracy that prevents or hinders work being done or the maintenance work being done. And to be frank, a lot of the problems caused back in the anniversary days floods was, I think, due to this grey area where no one had an idea of who actually was responsible or owned what. That's got to be sorted out, because if you have any doubt, just go back to the Local Government Act 2009 and the 1974 one, please.
Thank you for that. I think you'll find that when we become a rating controlling authority, which is what we're hoping to be in the future, that might dissipate some of that. But in the meantime, you guys are working very hard on what you're doing. That's all the questions I've got. You can step back and there'll be a raging debate, hopefully not, because there was quite a lot of commentary in that, but it was very sensible. And I think the idea that Craig, you provide some form of induction at the next council so people do understand the stormwater system would be very helpful. Councillor Baker.
Yeah, and I mean, a huge amount of time for Craig, and we chat often. But I just, going back to my questions, I just don't believe that this plan as it's written is explicit enough in terms of rural. And so, you know, we're reliant on Auckland Transport to clear their drains, and it simply doesn't happen. And yes, we probably are going to become a road controlling authority. If we don't have something explicit to fall back on, you don't know what decisions will be made in this room as a road controlling authority, unless we've got something explicit in a plan like this to say you must maintain your part of, or there must be a desire or a direction to make sure that rural drains, as part of the whole network, are maintained, because, as I say, we haven't done that for 15 years in some spots, and that has resulted in some fairly poor outcomes for people in rural areas, and also within urban areas where onions have flowed down into stormwater drains in Pukekohe and flooded them. And so we just need to, I think we just need to be clearer in this plan. We need to be more explicit in this plan about how we deal and who deals with rural stormwater, because at the moment I've had 15 years of finger pointing. It's not us, it's them, and it's incredibly frustrating for local boards, it's incredibly frustrating for councillors, it's incredibly frustrating for communities when everyone just looks at each other and points the finger at each other and says it's them. And so I just think we need greater clarity, we need to be more explicit in this plan. We spend a huge amount of time talking and going into great detail about urban stormwater management in here, and we have 3 or 4 snippets of that we are a unitary authority and we must, but we must do this and stuff. We just don't go into enough detail in my view, and I don't think it needs a huge change, but we just need to be a little more explicit so that as a road controlling authority next time, which is a responsibility of maintaining roads and footpaths and other roading network assets, that it is explicit that there are drains as part of that. Otherwise, we're just going to keep going. We are really, really reactive. We are not proactive at all in rural areas. And we wait for it to turn to custard before we actually get out there and clean the drains or work with people in the rural community to clear the drains, like the farmers, like the growers, putting in silt controls, etc. So I just think we need to be more explicit. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. We'll take a good note of that. I think that if we adopt this, it still allows us to, if and when we become a road authority, to review it and alter those words, because I think you're probably right, it's a bit weak there. Councillor Turner.
Mr Mayor, I just want to say I'm looking forward to becoming a road controlling authority, if that's going to help us put this together. And with absolute all seriousness, I cannot back up what Mr Baker, Councillor Baker says any stronger than I really support everything he says.
Thanks, Dan.
Yeah. It's important.
Okay, me too, and probably Councillor Stewart, who's next, who's
Thank
in
you.
charge of a lot of private drains in Howick.
Yeah, no, I'd just like to say that I've found Healthy Waters pretty good. So you can take that back, Craig. But one of the things that we used to do in Manukau, and I think, Phil, when you used to work at Manukau, I'm sure you'll remember, we used to have do the smoke tests. We'd go around and all the legal connections that would get sewage into the stormwater, so get into the... So what I'm suggesting, maybe we should be looking at doing that in certain areas, and I think we'll probably pick up a whole lot of illegal connections, and those people can be fined, and that's money that'll go towards helping the healthy water people. So that's just something that I think maybe we should do, and I think you'll find, I can remember before 2010, and I think Councillor Newman will probably remember as well, I can remember in Cockle Bay, I think we picked up a whole lot of people that had illegal connections, so they're all over the place, and I think that's one, if you're going to do something, you may as well ping the people that are causing the problem, and all the sewage is all getting into the stormwater, and that's making it all unhealthy. So if we can perhaps look at that, that'll be great.
Good flog 'em till they hurt speech. Thank you very much for that. Councillor Sayers cannot repress himself. What is it about you today?
It's just because of B has got me, I see that you've got delegated authority to yourself, your worship, the Deputy Mayor and the Chief Executive to make some completion of the submission. So I would feel, I wouldn't sleep well tonight if I didn't speak up now and support Councillor Baker's request there to try and, rather than waiting until we're road controlling authority, Wayne, is to get something in there early now, just to, I think you've got enough voices around the table just to give you that steer. I'm sure you've taken that on board, but I'm just saying that you might have the opportunity to do that now rather than
I think
later.
the Chief Executive and I have heard this and we'll insert some gumboots in the appropriate places. Thank you. Eh? Red bands, yeah, red bands from counties. All right. Oh, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favour of adopting this, please say aye. To the contrary, thank you very much for your work there. They've all buggered off. Not surprising. Now we're going to item 13. No one's going to declare any interest in this. Yes, we'll move this straight away, myself and the Deputy Mayor. Elections have come around for those of us standing again. Sandra, please take the stand. Sandra, that's you.
Yes, that is me. Kia ora koutou. I'll take the report as read, but I do want to quickly just highlight a few key points. First up, it's initialising, so I'm using that one. Okay, I'm just going to highlight a few key points. There are no changes to the arrangements that we've had previously, and so it's all going to be pretty familiar territory for everyone. A couple of reminders. If you are a member of the Te Punamanga Authority, you'll continue in that role until the 9th of December, whether you are elected or not, and you're still able to attend and participate in meetings. The same applies if you are a member of the Ngāti Whātua Ōrākei Reserves Board. Your term continues until the 17th of November 2025, regardless of election results, and you can continue to be involved. Finally, today's report is asking you to formalise the delegations that will apply between the 26th of September and the 31st of October 2025. Happy to take any partai.
Councillor Sayers.
Yes, so Sandra, just in terms of Councillor Leone and I represent the council on that Kaipara Moana remuneration group, which is that kind of big project up north. Is that, so do we remain on that?
Yes, and if there's meetings, you will participate. So we will again choose the members from council once you're all the new members are elected into council, but until that time you can participate.
Thank you.
This seems to have been sorted. All those in favour, please say aye. The contrary, carried. That was not enormously controversial. Approval to enter into negotiations with the Crown on a regional. This is approval to enter into negotiations, not actually complete the damn thing. So I'd welcome Megan and Max here. I'll move it and the Deputy Mayor will second this. Yes. Okay. Off you go, team.
Kia ora, Mr Chair. Kia ora, everyone. So look, just a quick report really to formally get your mandate to enter into negotiations with the Crown on a regional deal for Auckland. In June, you know that the ministers announced 3 regions that they want to continue negotiations with, Auckland being one of them. They intend to sign one deal up by the end of the year, December, and then the other two by the time of the next central government election. So, you know, kind of about this time, September, October next year. So we're not sure where we are in the pecking order, but should it be us to be first by December, then we will need to come back to you with a draft or a final kind of a negotiated deal so that you can sign that off. That might well be before the elections in October. This is what we think. We're not quite sure. But as the Mayor said, this is just the mandate to negotiate. It's not negotiating the deal that will come back to the governing body for approval ultimately, whenever that might be, either this year or next year. The Crown will have a negotiator to represent them. And so what we are proposing, as I said, is just to provide the mandate to the Chief Executive to enter into negotiations. We are recommending that the Mayor, the Deputy Mayor and the Chair of Haukura are a political reference group to provide oversight and direction for us. And we will work on the kind of engagement that we will be able to do depending on the timeframes and all of those things once we hear back from the Crown with iwi and any other party we might want to do. Just a reminder, all of this is based on our light touch proposal that you signed off in February. Nothing else has changed with that. Those are the parameters. But we just really want to start the negotiations with the Crown when they're ready. Thanks. Happy to take any questions.
Anything to add, Max, or not? No. There has been a bit. It's just been somewhat driven by the council, by the Crown, and it's been cloaked in some secrecy. I have not been involved in any secret meetings about planning with tall buildings, as it might have been alleged in the paper today. The only things I've ever had with the Crown have been totally open, but they are a little bit secretive about this, to the point where even on our side we're not quite sure what it is that we're negotiating with yet. It's kind of like an envelope out there with city deal written on it, but no one's opened it yet. And so we're just this is to get approval to open and peer inside. Councillor Filipaina. Can't hear you, Councillor.
Yeah, just saying that I'm having difficulty with the camera microphone. Megan, tēnā kōrua to you and Max. Megan, can you tell me in regards to B, how does the rest of the governing body get the information back to them around the reference group that you referred to? How do we get that information in regards to the direction and oversight if it's only the three there? How do we get it? Because from my perspective, there may be things that they're looking at to provide direction and oversight that may not sort of agree with myself. So how do we get it back? Do we get a memo back saying this is what this political reference group has decided on our behalf?
Kia ora, Councillor. We don't expect the political reference group to make decisions on your behalf. That will come back to the governing body for a decision ultimately. But what we do think is important is just to have some political oversight and direction from a smallish group, given the Crown is going to have a signal negotiator working on their behalf. So it's not a decision-making group, it is a direction-setting group based on the light touch proposal. Given that we're a little bit uncertain still about the timing and process, I think it's a really good point, though. We can work with the political reference group about how we could either keep the governing body involved or in the loop, or even discussions. You know, we just don't know. But ultimately, they will not be making a decision. It will be you making a decision.
No, I understand that it comes back to governing body. Got no issue with that coming back, but sometimes when you end up having a political reference group that is looking at fixing Auckland, sometimes their direction and their advice may be contrary to the bulk of the governing body. So how do we make sure that that doesn't happen in this case, that the negotiation and the impact are around the mayor and deputy mayor being there? That's why, I mean, they obviously want to fix Auckland, but sometimes some of their decisions around advice may not be conducive to some of the other people on the governing body. So how do we cover off on that direction? Because sometimes that's what happens, is that it has an impact in regards to the negotiation.
Kia ora, Councillor. Look, I totally understand your point. I'm wondering whether there's either something in C where once we understand the timing and process from the Crown's perspective, we could come back and confirm what that looks like for us and for you as governing body. Unless the Mayor or Deputy Mayor have any other particular thoughts on that.
Alf, I imagine that the question you've asked will be asked by every member of Cabinet on the other side, is how can we know what they're going to negotiate when you've appointed a single person on the other side? I think you just have a small group to talk and listen, and I'm quite well aware that there is a huge range of views on everything in this room, and you can be absolutely sure that we won't be making anything like a decision. And so we'll come back formally, but the other part of it's so cloaked in secrecy that the only papers I've had have had secrecy written on them and not even allowed to show them to anybody else. And there was nothing, and it was so secret that when I opened it up, it wasn't even worth reading. So it's not going anywhere fast. So
no, I understand that way. What I want is that, Megan, you just covered off exactly what I was looking at, and that is something needs to come back around the direction and oversight that the three of this political reference group, that needs to come back to us, even though it's a memo to say, here is the direction and oversight around the negotiations that were put in front of the government from the political reference group. That's all I'm asking. And I'll leave it at that.
Kia ora, Councillor. I hear that, and I think that can be covered by C if you want to get formal about it, but we're also hearing the comment. Sorry, Phil, did you have a...
No, I was just going to comment, hopefully, helpfully, that part of the problem here is we don't know precisely what government's requirement will be of confidentiality or secrecy as this unfolds. They've been quite sensitive up till now. I think in good faith we will, in the course of negotiations, seek the ability to provide progress updates to councillors more widely, and if not that, certainly any departure from the scope that's determined actually by the proposal we ourselves put forward and went into the memorandum of understanding. So understand the point that's been made, Councillor Filipaina, and we'll try and manage it so that what you're suggesting is possible.
Here, I agree.
Thank you, Phil. Yeah, thank you, Phil. Thank you, Megan, because I trust you three. So look, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Ferry.
Kia ora anō. So my question was really how this process, and can you hear me? Yep. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, great. Cool. So my question was really how the timeline for this interacts with the timeline we just signed off about the pre-election period. Well, that was really about the interregnum, but also mindful that this process is starting at least during the pre-election period. I mean, my strong suspicion is that we won't be the one that's anticipated to be done by the end of the year. I imagine that the complexity of ours compared to the other councils is an order of magnitude higher. But it would be helpful, I think, and you probably can't answer that today, but to have a sense of how that interacts with the fact we're going into a pre-election period, the fact that then there will be an interregnum, then there will also be an induction period. How does this process take that into account? Thanks.
Councillor Ferry, can I answer it by saying that under no circumstances would I entertain signing off a regional deal with government in the period where I've got that delegated authority. It really must come back to you politically, and if there was a delay in that to make that happen, that's what I would insist on.
Yeah, thanks, Phil. I wasn't suggesting that you would. I was more thinking actually about the political reference group. You know, if we're in a pre-election period, and we have mayor, deputy mayor, the chair of Haukura, all three of those positions could be different post-election. So how are we making sure that there's a process that doesn't end up where, and mindful again that also there'll be an induction process for new councillors around the table outside of that political reference group. How do we make this work so that we're not, because central government will have continuity, but we may not. And so how do we set this up in a way that acknowledges there may be change, but also that there needs to be continuity? Yeah, just want to make sure we get that right. Yeah. Sorry, I wasn't meaning to imply, Phil, that you would do anything dastardly like that, because I can't imagine that at all.
Tempting.
Can I say this? Whoever's me is going to be one of the people doing that anyhow, but this is a government-driven thing rather than a council-driven thing. And the timing is all on their side. We're in no great rush, it's their thing. And they're not thinking about our election, they're thinking about their election. And so that they're not recognising that this is a pre-election period because they're trying to get it done before they get done in a pre-election period. I don't see any great rush from our side. And so if anything happens in a rush, we'll certainly come rushing back to you people, because I think I'm not keen to sign anything up between now and a change any more than the chief executive is. I think I get your point, but I wouldn't lose any sleep over this one, waking up finding that on the front page of the Herald this morning.
I've got plenty of other things to lose sleep over, so I'll cross that one off the list. Thanks for the reassurance, Mayor.
Deputy Mayor, probably also like me, doesn't really want to find herself on the front page either. I had you down as a question. Sorry, your nervous tick was picked up by Sandra as a question.
Oh, sorry, I was just helping Councillor Filipino because I thought he made a very good point. Thank you.
Thank you for that, you guys. Is anyone further about this? It's not a big leap forward yet. It's just an approval to take a tiny first step. On that basis, all those in favour, please say aye. To the contrary, carried. Okay, we're a long way short of a city deal yet. Now we have a summary of the governing body and committee information memorandum and briefings, which is not a lot really. And now, okay, all those in favour, please say aye. To the contrary, carried. We're going to boot the public out. There's one gentle person at the back there who was ruined. Hills has moved this and seconded by anyone awake? Yeah. Baker, thank you very much. All those in favour, please say aye. To contrary, carried. Okay. A 5-minute comfort stop, and we're going to do something which is amazing.